Hey, hey,
Hi,
how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to give you a chance just to get into the room. We're live already on YouTube, but yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, just to make sure you felt good with the drill, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm all good. This is
Fantastic.
exciting.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm glad. Thank you so much for sort of like doing this last minute. It's such an epic play to be doing with short notice. It's
Oh, no worries. It's like my one of my favorite plays of all time, so I'm just happy to read it again.
yeah, likewise,
Yeah.
likewise.
Yeah. Sweet.
All right, fantastic. Well, I'm gonna start letting folks in.
Amazing.
Hey, hey,
Hey,
hey, long time
Hi.
no see.
I know it's lovely seeing you guys again.
Yeah, likewise, likewise. Hello, hello.
How goes it?
Very well, thank you.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, things have been shifting a bit family-wise and doing
yeah.
little side projects here and there. So I felt the need to post recently because I was like, I miss my quarantine fam. But
That's
I'm
awesome.
recently an aunt again. My brother just had his second baby, so
Congratulations.
thanks.
Wow.
Yeah, little
Congratulations.
girl. Her name's Hadley, so
Oh,
that's gonna
Fantastic.
keep us busy and fun and energized over the next little month too.
yeah,
So
I'm sure.
Amazing. It's too. I mean, I don't know. Are they like part of your bubble, or are you able to?
yeah, so at the top of this, I'm in my hometown of Windsor. So like I left Toronto in March, and so they have a 21-month-old too, my nephew. So I was kind of just extra hands for them since March. And then new baby was just born yesterday. So it's been a bit of, and now my parents are in our bubble too. So I'm actually at my parents' place right now. So we've just been expanding just a little bit outside. We've still kind of been stage one, regardless of what society's doing, because of like my sister-in-law being pregnant and the baby. So we've expanded that a bit, and then now with the baby on board too, it's just like extra hands. We're all kind of in this together. So shifting around that, and then doing other things
Well,
like
that's great.
busy, a different kind of busy, but like a quarantine busy.
Sure, for sure.
Yeah. Hi, Jeanette.
Hello, everyone.
Isn't that?
Hello, hello. Great to see you all.
And I feel like I haven't seen you in a while, Mitchell. How's it going?
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
I'm doing great. I know I haven't done one of these yet.
Yay!
Yay.
Awesome, awesome.
What a character to start with, Mitchell.
I know. It's one with like very light. I'm just gonna stick
Yeah.
my toe in the shallow end.
Yeah, I was saying that to Allison a moment ago. It's like such a crazy show to just be like, oh, and last minute we need like a play. Let's do Angels in America.
Like on second thought, like I should have done something like shorter or like easier, but I just am so in love with this play. Like, so I'm happy to do it.
I know I have the book too. That's why I'm like, are we doing Perestroika too? Because I'm totally down. But like,
I would love that.
this would be like an extended.
Yeah, not for
afternoon.
one afternoon.
We have to do it like 2 weekends in a row.
Yeah, for sure.
Unless people really, really are dying to marathon like Zoom read. But I find like I start getting like glazed over after.
Oh yeah.
Like I remember some days of like 4 or 5 hours of being like on Zoom and you're just like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a few more minutes. We're just waiting on a few more folks. How's it going, Jeanette?
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Crazy, actually. Lots going on, but that's the way we want it.
Yeah,
That's the way we want it.
better to be busy at this kind of time than, yeah.
It is. It is. Good stuff.
Yeah. I'm just gonna be for next week. I'm like just gonna be making it back. I'm coming back on Friday from a camping trip. I'm gonna be up in Killbear.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
nice.
Yeah, Perry Sound. So it should be nice.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. So I'm going the opposite route, going for something like relaxing and chill.
So Stefan, once again, I'm going to, when we start reading, I'm going to go to the YouTube link. So when it's over, don't forget to let me back in.
Yeah, okay, will do. Will do.
Pass out.
Last time I like, let me in.
I think this is my first time just being back in the Zoom room with this added YouTube quality. What's that change all about?
Yeah, it's just like, I guess, an effort to streamline, I suppose, like make sure, I don't know. I don't actually know if it like clogs up bandwidth to like have more and more people on there. But I forget, when did we do it for the first time? I know we did
2 weeks.
Yeah, we did Facebook Live when we did the Black Overtones panel and reading, and that was pretty cool. And then
We also did that for them, I believe, too, right? For
maybe I can't remember now.
I know they're all kind of blending in now.
I know it's been a while. I just remember
Okay.
I just
But
have
basically, yeah, the YouTube, it really works well. It's very clean and it's really great for people that are just watching. It's
Cool.
very tidy. And it also means that we have fewer people in the Zoom room, which may or may
Lovely.
not help with, but yeah.
Nice.
So I like it a lot. I like watching it that way a lot.
Yeah.
Plus now if you ever want to go back and like analyze your performances.
Got
like,
it. That's right. That's right.
Torture. If you want to torture yourself.
Yeah, I was like, oh dear. Put on the list of never to do that. Sounds good.
Right. I think we're just waiting on Maher and Aliyah. I believe.
Oops.
Hello, hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good. How are you guys?
Very well, thank you.
I wish you all could see me too, but alas.
I was just about to say we're waiting for Michaela too.
Yeah,
There you are.
my phone, which has the beautiful video quality, has said goodbye. So
Oh no.
I'm left with my computer. I can turn the video on, but it is very
You should.
embarrassing how bad it is.
No, don't worry, you should. We want to see you, Michaela.
Oh my Lord. Okay. All right, let me get.
But also, like, what a happy coincidence that you are the voice that
Yeah.
Yeah.
perfectly.
All right, let me figure this out.
There she is.
Glad with
Oh,
It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's not a problem at all. It's perfect. It's great.
what happened to your old phone? Or what you said something happened with your phone?
Michaela? Oh,
I dropped it on a corner and it's my own fault.
You know what? I did it the other day too. I was like walking my dog and like dumb. Like I'm texting while I'm walking and like holding the same leash hand
Uh-oh.
with the phone, and he just like tugged and it went boom. And then I was like, no. And it just started like slowly over the next like few weeks, just starting to descend into like
Madness.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So I think
just waiting on Aaliyah, I think. Eh? Or do we have Aaliyah now?
Aaliyah, she's here now.
I'm here.
I
Great, there
think-
she is. Great. Yeah, going through. So we got everybody.
I think we have everybody. Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for joining us for Angels in America. And thank you very much, Allison, for agreeing to facilitate. It was a wonderful suggestion, so we're really excited for this. So yeah, just a quick word about etiquette. Most of us, if we've gone through it before, it'll be old hat. But yeah, just make sure that if you're not in the scene, just keep your video and your mic off. Once you make an entrance, you can turn those back on. That just cleans everything up. In case you would like to just not see anybody who has their video off, if you go up to the top right-hand corner of the screen, you should see gallery view or speaker view. Just want to make sure that it's set to gallery. And once it is, if you see anybody who is just a name and doesn't have their video on, hover over their screen, you'll see 3 dots. Click on that. And in that little drop-down menu should be an option that says hide non-video participants. And that just keeps the screen with only the people who are in the scene in it. Great. Beyond that, I guess I will do a quick just sort of rundown of the everybody we've got here, just to introduce yourselves. When I call out your name, just let us know who you are, who you're playing today, and it's always nice to know where you're calling from. Yeah, just you can let us know your preferred pronouns as well. So let's start with Georgia.
Hi, I'm Georgia. I'm playing Roy Cohn, prior to and Man in the Park. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm calling from my cottage like an hour outside of Ottawa.
Wonderful. Mitchell?
Yo, I'm Mitchell. Pronouns are he, him. I'm playing Joe and prior 1, and I'm calling from Parkdale. Yo.
Aaliyah?
Hi, I'm Aaliyah. My pronouns are she, her. I'm calling in from Victoria, BC, and I will be reading for Harper and popping in again for Martin Heller.
Henry?
Hi, everyone. My name is Henry. Pronouns he, him. I'm calling in from Guelph, and I'm reading for Lewis.
Shaylin?
Hi, my name is Shaylin. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm calling in from the downtown waterfront of Toronto.
Maher?
Hi, folks. My name is Maher Sinno, he, they, and I am playing Belize, and I'm calling from Toronto.
Michaela?
Hi, I'm Michaela Sheldon, and I'm calling from St. John's, Newfoundland. I'm playing the Angel, the Voice, Sister Ella Chapter, the Woman in South Bronx, and she, her is my pronouns.
Jillian?
Hey everyone, my name's Jillian, pronouns she, her, hers. I'm calling in from Windsor, Ontario today, and I'll be reading for Rabbi Isidore Shimowitz and Eskimo.
Wonderful. Francis?
Hi, I'm Francis. I'm calling in from Toronto, East End. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm reading for Mr. Lies and Henry.
Alyssa?
Hi, I'm Alyssa. I'm calling from London, England today. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm reading for Emily and Ethel Rosenberg.
Wonderful. I think, oh, and then my name is Stefan. I'm playing Prior Walter, and I'm calling in from Toronto. Before I pass it over to Allison, our facilitator, I'm just going to, anybody who hasn't had a chance to, you can hover over your own sort of video, click those 3 dots, and in that same drop-down menu we talked about before, you can find the little rename button. If you hit that, then you can just include your characters' names, just because we're all playing, you know, a bunch of different characters. It's nice to just have that clear. Amazing. So as folks do that, I just want to say again a big thank you to Allison for facilitating, and without any further ado, I shall pass it over to you.
Yay, okay, my name is Allison. I'm coming at you guys from the East End of Toronto, and I'm so excited that you all are reading today. Before we start, I'd like to take a moment to recognize and respect and to thank the original caretakers and inhabitants of this land, Takaranto, which is where I'm calling in from, the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Wendat, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Métis people, as well as all communities recorded and unrecorded, acknowledged and unacknowledged. I'd also like to recognize that the land this play takes place on, the borough of Manhattan in NYC, was originally inhabited by the Lenape peoples. We'd like to acknowledge all Indigenous communities, past and present, with great gratitude, and acknowledge and mourn the continuous displacement and genocide that is inflicted upon them. I also want to take a moment for us all to think about the enslaved African Americans whose labor built Manhattan off of the ground that was stolen from the Lenape people during the colonial era and beyond. The harm that's inflicted upon Black and Indigenous people of color across both Canada and the United States of America is monstrous and inconceivable. It fuels our ongoing work and reminds us that this great work, our great work, is never done. So we are going to take a short 5 minutes between Act 1 and Act 2, then plow right through Act 2 to Act 3, and then we'll take a short 5 after we're done that before we have a little discussion afterwards. This play is awesome, and it's all about the nature of power and truth and who possesses it. It is as much of a huge piece of philosophy for me as it is a piece of theater. Big ideas are like coming down the pipe like gangbusters. And I'd like for everybody to think about who benefits from these ideas, who actually speaks these ideas, and who kind of gets run over by these ideas. And what else? I'd like everyone to think about each character's relationship with reality and labels, each character's relationship with death, each character's relationship with guilt and punishment, and everyone's relationship with religion, which is a huge undercurrent in the play. Thank you, everybody. Without further ado, this is Angels in America. Before we start, I'd like to share the epigraph that is in this publication before the text of the play starts. In a murderous time, the heart breaks and lives by breaking. Stanley Kunitz, The Testing Tree. Act 1, Bad News, October to November 1985. Scene 1, the last days of October. Rabbi Isidore Kemelvitz alone on stage with a small coffin. It is a rough pine box with 2 wooden pegs, one at the foot and one at the head, holding the lid in place. A prayer shawl embroidered with the Star of David is draped over the lid, and by the head, a yahrzeit candle is burning. The rabbi speaks with a heavy Eastern European accent, unapologetically consulting a sheet of notes for the family names.
Hello and good morning. I am Rabbi Isidore Chimowitz of the Bronx Home for Aged Hebrews. We are here this morning to pay respects at the passing of Sarah Ironson, devoted wife of Benjamin Ironson, also deceased, loving and caring mother of her sons, Morris, Abraham, and Samuel, and her daughters, Esther and Rachel. Beloved grandmother of Max, Mark, Louis, Lisa, Maria, Leslie, Angela, Doris, Luke, and Eric. Eric. This is a Jewish name. Eric, a large and loving family. We assemble that we may mourn collectively this good and righteous woman. This woman. I did not know this woman. I cannot accurately describe her attributes, nor do justice to her dimensions. She was, well, in the Bronx home of aged Hebrews are many like this, the old. And to many I speak, but not to be frank with this one. She preferred silence. And so I do not know her, and yet I know her. She was...
He touches the coffin.
Not a person, but the whole kind of person. The ones who crossed the ocean, who brought with us to America the villages of Russia and Lithuania, and how we struggled and how we fought for the family, for the Jewish home, so that you would not grow up here, in this strange place, in the melting pot where nothing melted. Descendants of this immigrant woman, you do not grow up in America. You and your children and their children with the Goyish names, you do not live in America. No such place exists. Your clay is the clay of some Litvak shtetl. Your air, the air of the steppes, because she carried the old world on her back across the ocean in a boat, and she put it down on Grand Concourse Avenue or in Flatbush, and she worked that earth into your bones, and you pass it to your children, this ancient, ancient culture and home. You can never make that crossing that she made, for such great voyages in this world do not anymore exist. But every day of your lives, the miles that voyage between that place and this one, you cross. Every day. You understand me? In you, that journey is. So, she was the last of the Mohicans, this one was. Pretty soon, all the old will be dead.
Scene 2. Same day. Roy and Joe in Roy's office. Roy at an impressive desk, bare except for a very elaborate phone system, rows and rows of flashing buttons which bleep and whistle incessantly, making chaotic music underneath Roy's conversations. Joe is sitting, waiting. Roy conducts business with great energy, impatience, and sensual abandon, gesticulating, shouting, cajoling, crooning, playing the phone receiver and hold button with virtuosity and love. Roy hits a button.
Hold. I wish I was an octopus, a fucking octopus. 8 loving arms and all those suckers. You know what I mean?
No,
There's a deli platter of little sandwiches on Roy's desk.
You want lunch?
No, that's okay. I just ate. It's
Eileen, Roy Cohn. Oh, what kind of a greeting is? I thought we were friends. Look, Mrs. Soffer, you don't have to get. You're upset. You're yelling. You'll aggravate your condition. You shouldn't yell. You'll pop little blood vessels in your face if you yell. No, that was a joke, Mrs. Soffer. I was joking. I already apologized 16 times for that, Mrs. Soffer. This will take a minute. Eat already. What is that tasty sandwich here? It's liver or some. Here.
He pitches the sandwich to Joe, who catches it and returns it to the platter.
No, I already told you it wasn't a vacation. It was business, Mrs. Soffer. I have clients in Haiti, Mrs. Soffer. Listen, Eileen, you think I'm the only goddamn lawyer in history ever missed a court date? Don't make such a fucking hold. Hag!
If this is a bad time,
Bad time? This is a good time. Baby doll, get me. Oh, fuck, wait. Hello? Yeah, sorry to keep you holding, Judge Hollins. Oh, Mrs. Hollins. Sorry, dear deep voice you got. Enjoying your visit? She sounds like a truck driver and he sounds like Kate Smith. Very confusing. Nixon appointed him. All the geeks are Nixon appointees. Yeah, right. Good. So how many tickets, dear? 7. For what? Cats, 42nd Street? What? No, you wouldn't like La Cage. Trust me. I know it. Oh, for God's sake. Hold. Baby doll, 7 for cats or something. Anything hard to get. I don't give a fuck what, and neither will they. You see La Cage?
No, I haven't seen it
Fabulous. Best thing on Broadway. Maybe ever. Who? Oh, Jesus H. Christ, Harry. No, Harry. Judge John Francis Grimes, Manhattan Family Court. Do I have to do every goddamn thing myself? touch the bastard, Harry, and don't call me on this line again. I told you not to.
Roy, should I wait outside or?
Oh, sit. You hold. I pay you to hold. Fuck you, Harry, you jerk. Halfwit dick brain. I see the universe, Joe, as a kind of sandstorm in outer space with winds of mega hurricane velocity, but instead of grains of sand, it's shards and splendors of glass. You ever feel that way? Ever had one of those days?
I'm not sure I have.
So how's life in appeals? How's the judge?
He sends his best.
He's a good man. Loyal. Not the brightest man on the bench, but he has manners and a nice head of silver hair.
Yeah, he gives me a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, like writing his decisions and signing his name.
Well,
he's a nice guy and you cover admirably.
Well, thanks, Roy.
Yeah, who is this? Well, who the fuck are you? Hold. Harry? 87 grand, something like that. Fuck him, eat me. New Jersey's chain of porno film stores in a Weehawken. That's, Harry, that's the beauty of the law. So, baby doll, what? Cats? Blech. Cats. It's about cats, singing cats. You'll love it. 8 o'clock. The theater's always at 8. Fucking tourists. Oh, live a little, Joe. Eat something, for Christ's sake.
Roy, could you maybe...
What? Hold a minute. Mrs. Soffer? Mrs... God fucking damn it to hell. Where is...
Roy, I'd really appreciate it if...
Well, she was here a minute ago, baby doll. See if...
The phone starts making 3 different beeping sounds all at once.
Jesus, fuck this goddamn
I
thing.
really wish you wouldn't...
Baby doll, ring the post. Get me Susie. See if...
The phone starts whistling loudly.
Christ!
Roy?
Hold. What?
Could you please not take the Lord's name in vain? I'm sorry, but please. I mean, at least while I'm here.
Right. Sorry. Fuck. Only in America. Baby doll, tell him to fuck off. Tell him I died. You handle Mrs. Soffer. Tell her it's on the way. Tell her I'm stooping the judge. I'll call her back. I will call her. I know how much I borrowed. She's got 400 times that stuffed up her. Yeah, tell her I said that. So, Joe.
I'm sorry, Roy. I just...
No. Principles count. I respect principles. I'm not religious, but I like God and he likes me. Baptist, Catholic?
Mormon.
Mormon. Delectable. Absolutely. Only in America. So, Joe, what do you think?
It's, well, it's...
Crazy life?
Chaotic.
Well, God bless chaos, right? Huh. Mormons. I knew Mormons in Nevada.
Well, Utah, mostly.
No, these Mormons were in Vegas. So how'd you like to go to Washington and work for the Justice Department?
Sorry?
How'd you like to go to Washington and work for the Justice Department? All I gotta do is pick up the phone, talk to Ed, and you're in.
In what exactly?
Associate assistant, something big. Internal affairs, heart of the woods, something nice with clout.
Ed.
Meese, Attorney General.
Oh.
I just have to pick up the phone.
Oh, I have to think.
Of course. It's a great time to be in Washington, Joe.
Well, Roy, it's incredibly exciting.
And it would mean something to me. You understand?
I can't say how much I appreciate this, Roy. I'm sort of, well, stunned. I mean, well, thanks, Roy, but I have to give it some thought. Well, I have to ask my wife.
Your wife, of course.
But I really appreciate it.
Of course. Talk to your wife.
Scene 3. Later that day. Harper at home alone. She's listening to the radio and talking to herself, as she often does. She speaks to the audience.
People who are lonely, people left alone, sit talking nonsense to the air, imagining beautiful systems dying. Old fixed orders spiraling apart. When you look at the ozone layer from the outside, from a spaceship, it looks like a pale blue halo, a gentle shimmering aureole encircling the atmosphere, encircling the Earth. 30 miles above our heads, a thin layer of 3 atom oxygen molecules, product of photosynthesis, which explains the fussy vegetable preference for visible light, its rejection of darker rays and emanations. Danger from without. It's a kind of gift from God, the crowning touch to the creation of the world. Guardian angels, hands linked, make a spherical net, a blue-green nesting orb, a shell of safety for life itself. But everywhere things are collapsing. Lies surfacing, systems of defense giving way. This is why I shouldn't be left alone. I'd like to go traveling. Leave you behind to worry. I'll send postcards with strange stamps and tantalizing messages on the back. Later, maybe, nevermore.
Mr. Lai, a travel agent, appears.
Oh, you startled me.
Cash, check, or credit card?
I remember you. You're from Salt Lake. You sold us the plane ticket when we flew here. What are you doing in Brooklyn?
Oh, you said you wanted to travel.
And here you are. How thoughtful.
Mr. Lies, of the International Order of Travel Agents. We mobilize the globe, we set people adrift, we stir the populace and send nomads eddying across the planet. We are adepts of motion, acolytes of the flax. Cash, check, or credit card? Name your destination.
Antarctica, maybe. I want to see the hole in the ozone. I heard it on the radio.
I can arrange a guided tour. Now?
Soon. Maybe soon. I'm not safe here, you see. Things aren't right with me. Weird stuff happens.
Like?
Well, like you, for instance, just appearing. Or last week, well, never mind. People are like planets. You need a thick skin. Things get to me. Joe stays away, and now, well, look, my dreams are talking to me.
It's the price of rootlessness, motion sickness. The only cure? To keep moving.
I'm undecided. I feel that something's going to give. It's 1985. 15 years till the 3rd millennium. Maybe Christ will come again. Maybe seeds will be planted. Maybe there'll be harvests then. Maybe early figs to eat. Maybe new life. Maybe fresh blood. Maybe companionship and love and protection, safety from what's outside. Maybe the door will hold, or maybe the troubles will come. And then the end will come. And then the sky will collapse. And there will be terrible rains and showers of poison light, or maybe my life is really fine. Maybe Joe loves me and I'm only crazy thinking otherwise, or maybe not. Maybe it's even worse than I know. Maybe I want to know. Maybe I don't. Oh, this suspense, Mr. Lies, it's killing me.
I suggest a vacation.
That was the elevator. Oh God, I should fix myself up. You have to go. You shouldn't be here. You aren't even real.
Call me when you decide.
Go!
Travel agent vanishes as Joe enters.
Buddy? Buddy? Oh, sorry I'm late. I was just out walking. Are you mad?
I got a little anxious.
Buddy kiss.
They kiss.
Nothing to get anxious about. So how'd you like to move to Washington?
Scene 4, same day. Lewis and Pryor outside the funeral home, sitting on a bench, both dressed in funeral finery, talking. The funeral service for Sarah Ironson has just concluded, and Lewis is about to leave for the cemetery.
My grandmother actually saw Emma Goldman speak in Yiddish. But all Grandma could remember was that she spoke well and wore a hat. What a weird service, that rabbi.
A definite find. Get his number. When you go to the graveyard, I want him to bury me.
Yeah, better head out there. Everyone gets to put dirt on the coffin once it's lowered in.
Ooh, cemetery fun. I don't want to miss that.
It's an old Jewish expression it's an old Jewish custom to express love. Here, Grandma, have a shovelful. Latecomers run the risk of finding the grave completely filled. She was pretty crazy. She was up there in that home for 10 years, talking to herself. I never visited. She looked too much like my mother.
Pryor hugs him.
Poor Lewis. I'm sorry your grandma's dead.
Tiny little coffin, huh? Sorry I didn't introduce you to... I always get so closety at these family things.
Butch. You get Butch. Hi, Cousin Doris. You don't remember me. I'm Lou, Rachel's boy. Lou. Not Lewis. Because if you say Lewis, they'll hear the sibilant S.
Oh, I don't have a...
I don't blame you hiding. Bloodlines. Jewish curses are the worst. I personally would dissolve if anyone ever looked at me in the eye and said, "Feh." Fortunately, wasps don't say "Feh." Oh, and by the way, darling, Cousin Doris is a dyke.
No. Really?
You don't notice anything. If I hadn't spent the last 4 years filleting you, I'd swear you were straight.
You're in a pissy mood. Cat still missing?
Not a furball in sight. It's your fault.
It is.
I warned you, Lewis. Names are important. Call an animal Little Sheba and you don't expect it to stick around. Besides, it's a dog's name.
I wanted a dog in the first place, not a cat. He sprayed my books.
He was a female cat.
Cats are stupid, high-strung predators. Babylonians sealed them up in bricks. Dogs have brains.
Cats have intuition.
A sharp dog is as smart as a really dull 2-year-old child.
Cats know when something's wrong.
Only if you stop feeding them.
They know. That's why Sheba left. Because she knew.
Knew what?
I did my best Shirley Booth this morning. Floppy slippers, house coat, curlers, can of little friskies. Come back, little Sheba, come back! To no avail. Le chat, elle ne reviendra. Jamais, jamais.
He removes his jacket, rolls up his sleeve, and shows Lewis a dark purple spot on the underside of his arm near the shoulder.
See?
That's just a burst blood vessel.
Not according to the best medical authorities.
What? Tell me.
KS, baby. Lesion number 1. Look at the wine dark kiss of the angel of death.
Oh, please.
I'm a legionnaire. The foreign legion, the American legion, Legionnaire's disease.
Stop.
My troubles are legion.
Will you stop?
Don't you think I'm handling this well? I'm going to die.
Bullshit.
Let go of my arm.
No.
Let go.
No.
I can't find a way to spare you, baby. No wall like the wall of hard scientific facts. KS. Wham. Bang your head on that.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Now that's what I like to hear, a mature reaction. Let's go see if the cat's home. Lewis?
When did you find this?
I couldn't tell you.
Why?
I was scared, Lou.
Why?
That you leave me?
Oh.
Bad timing, funeral and all, but I figured as long as we're on the subject of death.
I have to go bury my grandma.
Lou. Then you'll come home.
Then I'll come home.
Scene 5, same day later on. Split scene. Joe and Harper at home, Lewis at the cemetery with Rabbi Isidore Kemowitz and the little coffin.
Washington?
It's an incredible honor, buddy. And Roy really seems to think that.
Have to think.
Of course.
Say no.
What, you said you were going to think about it?
I don't want to move to Washington.
Well, I do.
It's a giant cemetery, huge white graves, and mouse limbs everywhere.
Well, Harmon, we could live in Maryland or Georgetown.
We're happy here.
Well, I mean, that's not really true, buddy.
Well, happy enough. Pretend happy. That's better than nothing.
It's time to make some changes, Harper.
No changes. Why?
I've been chief clerk for 4 years. I make $29,000 a year. Well, that's ridiculous. I graduated 4th in my class and I make less than anyone I know. And I don't know, I'm tired of being a clerk. I want to go where something good is happening.
Nothing good happens in Washington. We'll forget church teachings and buy furniture at Conran's and become yuppies. I have too much to do here.
Like what?
I do have things.
What things?
I have to finish painting the bedroom.
You've been painting in there for over a year.
I know. It just isn't done because I never get time to finish it.
Oh, that doesn't make any sense. You have all the time in the world. You could finish it when I'm at work.
I'm afraid to go in there alone.
Afraid of what?
I heard someone in there. Metal scraping on the wall. A man with a knife, maybe?
There's no one in the bedroom, Harper.
Not now.
No, not this morning either.
How do you know? You were at work this morning. There's something creepy about this place. Remember Rosemary's Baby?
Rosemary's Baby?
Our apartment looks like that one. Wasn't that apartment in Brooklyn?
No, it was...
Well, it looked like this. It did.
Well, then let's move.
Georgetown's worse. The Exorcist was in Georgetown.
The devil everywhere you turn, huh, buddy?
Yeah. Everywhere.
How many pills today, buddy?
None. 1. 3. Only 3.
Why are there just 2 little wooden pegs holding the lid down?
She can get out easier if she wants to.
I hope she stays put. I pretended for years that she was already dead. When they called to say she died, it was a surprise. I abandoned her.
Scharfer wie die son van slang is een ondankbaar kind.
I don't speak Yiddish.
Sharper than the serpent's tooth is the ingratitude of children. Shakespeare. Kenny Clear.
Rabbi, what does the Holy Writ say about someone who abandons someone he loves at a time of great need.
Why would a person do such a thing?
Because he has to. Maybe because this person's sense of the world, that it will change for the better with struggle, maybe a person who has this neo-Hegelian positivist sense of constant historical progress towards happiness or perfection, or something, who feels very powerful because he needs to feel connected to these forces moving uphill all the time. Maybe that person can't incorporate sickness into his sense of how things are supposed to go. Maybe vomit and sores and disease really frighten him. Maybe he isn't so good with death.
The Holy Scriptures have nothing to say about such a person.
Rabbi, I am afraid of the crimes I may commit.
Please, mister. I'm a sick old rabbi facing a long drive home to the Bronx. If you want to confess, better you should find a priest.
But I'm not a Catholic, I'm a Jew.
Worse luck for you, Babala. Catholics believe in forgiveness. Jews believe in guilt.
Make sure those pegs are in good and tight.
Don't worry, mister. The life she had, she'll stay put. She's better off.
Look, I know this is scary for you, but try to understand what it means to me. Will you try?
Yes.
Good. I mean, really try. You know, I think things are starting to change in the world.
I don't want.
Wait, for the good. Change for the good. America has rediscovered itself. Its sacred position among nations. And people aren't ashamed of that like they used to be. I mean, this is a great thing. The truth restored, law restored. That's what President Reagan has done, Harper. He says truth exists and can be spoken proudly. And the country responds to him. I mean, we become better, more good. I need to be a part of that. I need something big to lift me up. I mean, 6 years ago, the world seemed in decline, horrible, hopeless, full of unsolvable problems and crime and confusion and hunger and poverty.
It still seems that way. More now than ever before. They say the ozone layer is starting to. And today out the window on Atlantic Avenue, there was a schizophrenic traffic cop who was making these.
I mean, stop it. I'm trying to make a point.
So am I.
You aren't even making sense. You are rambling.
My point is the world seems just as it was before.
I mean, it only seems that way to you because you never go out in the world, Harper. Well, and you have emotional problems.
I do so get out in the world.
You don't. You stay in all day fretting about imaginary men.
I get out. I do. You don't know what I do.
You don't stay in all day.
No.
Well, yes, you do.
That's what you think.
Where do you go?
Where do you go? When you walk. And I do not have emotional problems.
I'm sorry.
And if I do have emotional problems, it's from living with you. Or
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, buddy.
Or if you think I do, then you should never have married me. You have all these secrets and lies.
I want to be married to you, Harper.
You shouldn't. You never should. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
Buddy kiss.
Big kiss.
I heard on the radio how to give a blowjob.
What?
You want to try?
No, you really shouldn't listen to stuff like that.
Mormons can give blowjobs.
Harper.
Joe. It was a little Jewish lady with a German accent. This is a good time for me to make a baby. And then they went on to a program about holes in the ozone layer over Antarctica. Skin burns. Birds go blind. Icebergs melt. The world's coming to an end.
Scene 6, first week of November. In the men's room of the offices of the Brooklyn Federal Court of Appeals, Lewis is crying over the sink. Joe enters.
Morning.
Morning, counselor.
Sorry, I don't know your name.
Don't bother. Word processor, lowest of the low.
Well, Joe Pitt. I'm with Justice Wilson.
Oh, I know that, Counselor Pitt, Chief Clerk.
Were you, are you okay?
Oh yeah, thanks. What a nice man.
Not so nice.
What?
Not so nice. Nothing. Are you sure you're okay?
Life sucks shit. Life just sucks shit.
What's wrong?
Running my nylons.
Sorry?
Forget it. Look, thanks for asking.
Well,
I mean, it really is nice of you. So sorry, sick friend.
oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Well, that's sweet. 3 of your colleagues have preceded you in this baleful sight, and you're the first one to ask. The others just opened the door, saw me, and fled. I hope they had to pee real bad.
Joe hands him a wad of toilet paper.
Well, they just didn't want to intrude.
Yeah. Reaganite, heartless, macho, asshole lawyers.
Oh, well, that's unfair.
What is heartless, macho, Reaganite, lawyer.
Well, I voted for Reagan.
You did?
Twice.
Twice? Oh, well, boy, a gay Republican.
Excuse me?
Nothing.
I'm not. Well, forget it.
Republican. Not Republican. Or.
What?
What?
No, not gay. I'm not gay.
Oh. Sorry. It's just that.
Yes?
Well, sometimes you can tell from the way the person sounds that. I mean, you sound like a.
No, I don't. Like what?
Like a Republican.
Joe knows he's being teased. Lewis knows he knows. Joe decides to be a little brave.
Do I? Sound like,
What? Like a Republican or do I?
do you what?
Sound like a
Like a, I'm sorry, I'm confused.
yes. My name is Lewis, but all of my friends call me Louise. I work in word processing. Thanks to the toilet paper.
Lewis offers Joe his hand. Joe reaches. Lewis faints and pecks Joe on the cheek, then exits. Scene 7, a week later. Mutual dream scene. Pryor is at a fantastic makeup table, having a dream applying the face. Harper is having a pill-induced hallucination. She has these from time to time. For some reason, Pryor has appeared in this one. or Harper has appeared in Pryor's dream, it is bewildering.
I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille. One wants to move through life with elegance and grace, blossoming infrequently, but with exquisite taste and perfect timing, like a rare bloom, a zebra orchid. One wants, but one seldom gets. No, one does not. One gets fucked over. One dies at 30, robbed of decades of majesty. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. They look like a corpse. A corpse-ette. Oh, my queen. You know you've hit rock bottom when even drag is a drag.
Harper appears.
Are you? Who are you?
Who are you?
What are you doing in my hallucination?
I'm not in your hallucination. You're in my dream.
You're wearing makeup.
So are you.
You're a man.
The hands and feet give it away.
There must be some mistake here. I don't recognize you. You're not. Are you my. Some sort of imaginary friend?
No. Aren't you too old to have imaginary friends?
I have emotional problems. I took too many pills. Why are you wearing makeup?
I was in the process of applying the face, trying to make myself feel better. I swiped the new fall colors at the Clinique counter at Macy's.
You stole these.
I was out of cash. It was an emotional emergency.
Joe will be so angry. I promised him no more pills.
These pills you're alluding to?
Valium. I take Valium. Lots of Valium.
And you're dancing as fast as you can.
I'm not addicted. I don't believe in addictions. And I never drink. And I never take drugs.
Well, smell you, Nancy Drew.
Except Valium.
Except Valium in wee fistfuls.
It's terrible. Mormons are not supposed to be addicted to anything. I'm a Mormon.
I'm a homosexual.
Oh. In my church, we don't believe in homosexuals.
In my church, we don't believe in Mormons.
What church do... Oh. I get it. I don't understand this. If I didn't ever see you before, and I don't think I did, then I don't think you should be here in this hallucination. Because in my experience, the mind, which is where hallucinations come from, shouldn't be able to make up anything that wasn't there to start with, that didn't enter from experience, from the real world. Imagination can't create anything new, can it? It only recycles bits and pieces from the world and reassembles them into visions. Am I making sense right now?
Well, given the circumstances.
So when we think we've escaped the unbearable ordinariness and, well, untruthfulness of our lives, it's really only the same old unordinariness and falseness rearranged into the appearance of novelty and truth. Nothing unknown is noble, don't you think? It's depressing.
The limitations of the imagination?
Yes.
Okay, it's something you learn after your second theme party. It's all been done before.
The world. Finite. Terribly, terribly. Well, this is the most depressing hallucination I've ever had.
Apologies. I do try to be amusing.
Oh, well, don't apologize. I can't expect someone who's really sick to entertain me.
How did you know?
Oh, that happens. This is the very threshold of revelation sometimes. You can see things. How sick you are. Do you see anything about me?
Yes.
What?
You are amazingly unhappy.
Oh, big deal. You meet a Valium addict and you figure out she's unhappy. That doesn't count. Of course, something else. Something surprising.
Something surprising.
Yes.
Your husband's a homo.
Oh, ridiculous. Really?
Threshold of revelation.
Well, I don't like your revelations. I don't think you intuit well at all. Joe is a very normal man. Oh God. Oh God. Do homos take like lots of long walks?
Yes, we do. In stretch pants with lavender coifs. I just looked at you and there it was.
Sort of blue streak of recognition?
Yes.
Like you knew me incredibly well?
Yes.
Yes. I have to go. Now. Get back. Something just fell apart. Oh God. I feel so sad.
I'm sorry. I usually say fuck the truth, but mostly the truth fucks you.
I see something else about you.
Oh?
Deep inside of you. There's a part of you, the most inner part, entirely free of disease. I see that.
Is that... That isn't true.
Threshold of revelation.
She vanishes.
People come and go so quickly here. I don't think there's any uninfected part of me. My heart is pumping polluted blood. I feel dirty.
He begins to wipe makeup off with his hands, smearing it around. A large gray feather falls from up above. Pryor stops smearing the makeup and looks at the feather. He goes to it and picks it up.
Look up.
Hello?
Look up.
Who is that?
Prepare the way.
I don't see any...
There's a dramatic change in lighting.
Look up. Look up. Prepare the way. The infinite descent. A breath in air floating down. Glory to...
Hello? Was that it? Hello? What the fuck? Poor me. Poor me. Poor me. Why me? Why poor me? I don't feel good right now. I really don't.
Scene 8, that night. Split scene, Harper and Joe at home, Pryor and Lewis in bed.
Where were you?
Out.
Where?
I'm just out, thinking.
It's late.
Well, I had a lot to think about.
I burned dinner.
Sorry.
Not my dinner. My dinner was fine. Your dinner. I put it back in the oven and turned everything up as high as it could go, and I watched it till it burned black. It's still hot. Very hot. Do you want it?
You didn't have to do that.
I know. It just seemed like the kind of thing a mentally deranged, sex-starved, pill-popping housewife would do.
Uh-huh.
So I did it. Who knows anymore what I have to do?
How many pills?
A bunch. Don't change the subject.
I won't talk to you when you're like this.
No, don't do that. I'm fine. Pills are not the problem, not our problem. I want to know where you've been, and I want to know what's going on.
Well, going on with what? The job?
Not the job.
Well, I said I need more time.
Not the job.
Mr. Cohn, I talked to him on the phone. He said I have to hurry, but I told
Not
him,
the.
but I can't get you to talk sensibly about anything, so I.
Shut up!
Then what?
Stick to the subject.
I don't know what that is. You have something you want to ask me? Ask me. Go.
I can't. I'm scared of you.
I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
Tell me what's going on. Tell me without making me ask, please.
No, this is crazy. I'm not.
When you come through that door at night, your face is never exactly the way I remember it. I get surprised by something mean and hard about the way you look. Even the weight of you in bed at night, the way you breathe in your sleep is unfamiliar. You terrify me.
I know who you are.
Yes, I'm the enemy. That's easy. That doesn't change. You think you're the only one who hates sex. I do. I hate it with you. I do. I dream that you bat away at me till all my joints come apart like wax and I fall into pieces. It's like punishment. It was wrong of me to marry you. I knew you. Oh, it's a sin and it's killing us both.
I can always tell when you've taken pills because it makes you red-faced and sweaty and, well, frankly, that's very often why I don't want to touch you.
Because...
well, you aren't pretty. Not like this.
I have to ask you something.
Then ask. Ask. What in hell?
Are you a homo? Are you? If you try to walk out right now, I'll put your dinner back in the oven and turn it up high so the whole building will fill with smoke and everyone in it will asphyxiate. So help me God, I will. Now answer the question.
What if I...
And tell me, please, and we'll see.
No, I'm not. I don't see what difference it makes.
Jews don't have any clear textual guide to the afterlife, even that it exists. I don't think much about it. I see it as a perpetually rainy Thursday afternoon in March. Dead leaves.
Ugh. Very Greco-Roman.
Well, for us, it's not the verdict that counts. It's the act of judgment. That's why I could never be a lawyer in court. All that matters is the verdict.
You could never be a lawyer because you are oversexed. You're too distracted.
Not distracted, abstracted. I'm trying to make a point.
Namely?
It's the judge in his or her chambers, weighing, books open, pondering the evidence, ranging freely over categories. Good, evil, innocent, guilty. The judge in the chamber of circumspection, not the judge on the bench with the gavel. The shaping of the law, not its execution.
The point, dear, the point.
That it should be the questions and the shape of a life. Its total complexity gathered, arranged, and considered, which matters in the end, not some stamp of salvation or damnation, which disperses all the complexity in some unsatisfying little decision. The balancing of the scales.
I like this. It's very zen. It's reassuringly incomprehensible and useless. Who are we about to, we who are about to die, thank you.
You're not going to die.
That's not going well, really. 2 new lesions. My leg hurts. There's protein in my urine, the doctor says, but who knows what the fuck that portends. Anyway, it shouldn't be there, the protein. My butt has chapped from all the diarrhea, and yesterday I shat blood.
I really hate this. You don't tell me.
You get too upset. I end up comforting you. It's easier to just bear it in silence.
Oh, thanks.
Look, if it's bad, I tell you.
Shitting blood sounds bad to me.
And I'm telling you.
And I'm handling it.
Tell me some more about justice.
I am handling it.
Well, Lewis, you get Trooper of the Month. I take it back. You're not Trooper of the Month. This isn't working. Tell me some more about justice.
You are not about to die.
Justice
is an immensity, a confusing vastness. Justice is God. Prior. You love me.
Yes.
What if I walked out on this? Would you hate me forever?
Prior kisses Lewis on the forehead.
Yes.
I think we ought to pray. Ask God for help. Ask him together.
God won't talk to me. I have to make up people to talk to me.
Well, you have to keep asking.
I forgot the question. Oh yeah, God is my husband.
Stop it! Stop it. I'm warning you. Does it make any difference that I might be one thing deep within, no matter how wrong or ugly that thing is, so long as I have fought with everything I have to kill it? What do you want from me? What do you want from me, Harper? More than that? For God's sake, there is nothing left. I'm a shell. There's nothing left to kill. As long as my behavior is what I know it has to be, decent, correct, that alone in the eyes of God.
No, not that. That's Utah talk, Mormon talk. I hate it, Joe. Tell me. Say it.
All I will say is that I am a very good man who has worked very hard to become good, and you want to destroy that. You want to destroy me, but I'm not going to let you do that.
I'm gonna have a baby.
Liar.
You liar. A baby born addicted to pills. A baby who does not dream but who hallucinates. Who stares up at us with big mirror eyes and who does not know who we are.
Are you really?
No. Yes. No. Yes. Get away from me. Now we both have a secret.
One of my ancestors was a ship's captain who made money bringing whale oil to Europe and returning with immigrants, Irish mostly, packed in tight. So many dollars per head. The last ship he captained foundered off the coast of Nova Scotia in a winter tempest and sank to the bottom. He went down with the ship, La Grande Geste. But his crew took 70 women and kids in the ship's only longboat, this big, open rowboat. And when the weather got too rough and they thought that the boat was overcrowded, the crew started lifting people up and hurling them into the sea until they got the ballast right. They walked up and down the longboat, eyes to the waterline, and when the boat rode low in the water, they'd grab the nearest passenger and chuck him into the sea. The boat was leaky, see? 70 people. 70. They arrived in Halifax with 9 people on board.
Jesus.
I think about that story a lot now. People in a boat, waiting, terrified, while implacable, unsmiling men, irresistibly strong, seize maybe the person next to you, maybe you. And with no warning at all, with time only for a quick intake of air, you are pitched into freezing, turbulent water and salt and darkness to drown. I like your cosmology, baby. Well, time is finally running out. I find myself drawn to anything that's suspended, that lacks an ending. But seems to me it lets you off scot-free.
What do you mean?
No judgment. No guilt. No responsibility.
For me.
For anyone. It was an editorialized you.
Please get better. Please. Please don't get any sicker.
Scene 9. Third week in November. Roy and Henry, his doctor, in Henry's office.
Nobody knows what causes it, and nobody knows how to cure it. The best theory is that we blame a retrovirus, the human immunodeficiency virus. Its presence is made known to us by the useless antibodies, which appear in reaction to its entrance into the bloodstream through a cut or an orifice. The antibodies are powerless to protect the body against it. Why, we don't know. The body's immune system ceases to function. Sometimes the body even attacks itself. At any rate, it's left open to a whole horror house of infections from microbes, which it usually defends against, like Kaposi sarcomas. These lesions, or your throat problem, or the glands. We think it may also be able to slip past the blood-brain barrier into the brain, which of course is very bad news. And it's fatal in we don't know what % of people with suppressed immune responses.
This is very interesting, Mr. Wizard, but why the fuck are you telling me this?
Well, I've just removed one of 3 lesions, which biopsy results will probably tell us is a Kaposi sarcoma lesion. And you have a pronounced swelling of glands in your neck, groin, and armpits. Lymphadenopathy is another sign. And you have oral candidiasis and maybe a little more fungus under the fingernails of 2 digits on your right hand. So that's why.
This disease.
Syndrome.
Whatever. It afflicts mostly homosexuals and drug addicts.
Mostly. Hemophiliacs are also at risk.
Homosexuals and drug addicts. So why are you implying that What are you implying, Henry?
I don't.
I'm not a drug addict.
Oh, come on, Roy.
What? Come on, Roy, what? Do you think I'm a junkie? Henry, do you see tracks?
This is absurd.
Say it.
Say what?
Say, Roy Cohn, you are.
Roy.
You are a. Go on. Not Roy Cohn, you are a drug fiend. Roy Marcus Cohn, you are a. Go on, Henry. Starts with an H.
Oh, I'm not going to.
With an H, Henry, and it isn't hemophiliac. Come on.
What are you doing, Roy?
No, say it. I mean it. Say, Roy Cohn, you are a homosexual. And I will proceed systematically to destroy your reputation and your practice and your career in New York State, Henry, which you know I can do.
Roy, you've been seeing me since 1958. Apart from the facelifts, I've treated you for everything from syphilis.
From a whore in Dallas.
From syphilis to venereal warts in your rectum, which you may have gotten from a whore in Dallas, but it wasn't a female whore.
So say it.
Roy Cohn, you have had sex with men many, many times, Roy, and one of them, or any number of them, has made you very sick. You have AIDS.
AIDS. Your problem, Henry, is that you are hung up on words, on labels, that you believe they mean what they seem to mean. AIDS, homosexual, gay, lesbian. You think these are names that tell you who someone sleeps with, but they don't tell you that.
No?
No. Like all labels, they tell you one thing and one thing only. Where does an individual so identified fit in the food chain, in the pecking order? Not ideology or sexual taste, but something much simpler. Clout. Not who I fuck or who fucks me, but who will pick up the phone when I call, who owes me favors. This is what a label refers to. Now, to someone who does not understand this, homosexual is what I am because I have sex with men. But really, this is wrong. Homosexuals are not men who sleep with other men. Homosexuals are men who in 15 years of trying cannot get a pissant anti-discrimination bill through city council. Homosexuals are men who know nobody and who nobody knows, who have zero clout. Does this sound like me, Henry?
No.
No. I have clout. A lot. I can pick up this phone, punch 15 numbers, and you know who will be on the other end in under 5 minutes, Henry?
The president.
Even better. His wife.
I'm impressed.
I don't want you to be impressed. I want you to understand. This is not sophistry, and this is not hypocrisy. This is reality. I have sex with men, but unlike nearly every other man of whom this is true, I'm bringing the guy I'm screwing to the White House, and President Reagan smiles at us and shakes his hand. Because what I am is defined entirely by who I am. Roy Cohn is not a homosexual. Roy Cohn is a heterosexual man, Henry, who fucks around with guys.
Okay, Roy.
And what is my diagnosis, Henry?
You have AIDS, Roy.
No. Henry, no. AIDS is what homosexuals have. I have liver cancer.
Well, whatever the fuck you have, Roy, it's very serious, and I haven't got a damn thing for you. The NIH in Bethesda has a new drug called AZT with a 2-year waiting list that not even I can get you onto. So get on the phone, Roy, and dial the 15 numbers and tell the First Lady you need in on an experimental treatment for liver cancer, because you can call it any damn thing you want, Roy. What it boils down to is very bad news.
End of Act 1. Thank you, everybody. Wow. We're gonna take a brief break and come back at 3:22. And if everyone's video could be on when they come back, just so we know that everybody's back, that would be awesome.
Perfect. We'll do. Thank you. Great work.
Thank
everyone.
you, Allison.
Hey, hi, hello. I think, is this everybody? Stefan, you could probably help me more with this.
Yes, absolutely. I believe we are good. Just give me 2 seconds. I will double check.
Yeah.
Yep, we're good.
Yay, hooray. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Let's jump back in. Thank you to those who are being patient. I can't wait to hear you read. Let's get it. Act 2, In Vitro. December 1985 to January 1986. Scene 1. Night, the third week in December. Prior alone on the floor of his bedroom. He is much worse.
Ugh. Lewis. Lewis. Please wake up. Oh, God.
Lewis runs in.
I think something is horribly wrong with me. I can't breathe.
I'm calling an ambulance.
No, wait.
What? Are you fucking crazy? Oh my God, you're on fire. Your head's on fire.
It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. I don't want to go to the hospital. I don't want to go to the hospital. Just please let me lie here. Just let me lie here.
No, just like. No,
don't touch my leg.
Hey, God, oh my God, this is so crazy.
It'll be okay if I just lie here, Lou. Really. If I could just sleep a little.
Lewis goes.
Lewis? No. No! No, don't call! You'll send me there and I won't want to come back. Please, please, Lewis, I'm begging you, baby. Please! Lewis! But I have to go to the bathroom. Wait, just. Oh, God.
He shits himself.
All right. They'll be here in. Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What?
I had an accident.
Lewis goes to him.
This is blood.
Maybe you shouldn't touch it. God.
James.
Oh God. Oh help. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God, help me. I can't.
Scene 2. Same night. Harper is sitting at home all alone with no lights on. We can barely see her. Joe enters, but he doesn't turn on the lights.
Why are you sitting in the dark? I'll turn on the light.
No. I heard a sound in the bedroom again. I know someone's in there.
No one was.
Maybe actually in the bed, under the covers with a knife. Oh boy. Joe? Hi. I'm going away. By which I mean, I think I'm going off again. You know what I mean?
Please don't. Stay. We can fix it. I pray for that. This is my fault, but I can correct it. You have to try too.
He turns on the light. She turns it off again.
When you pray, what do you pray for?
I pray for God to crush me, to break me up into little bits, and to start all over again.
Please, don't pray for that.
I had a book of Bible stories when I was a kid, and there was this picture I'd look at 20 times a day. Jacob wrestles with the angel. I don't really remember what the story was about or why they're wrestling. Just this picture. Jacob is young and very strong. The angel is a beautiful man with golden hair and wings, of course. I still dream about it. Many nights. It's me. In that struggle. It's fierce and it's unfair. Well, the angel is not human and it holds nothing back. So how could anyone human win? What kind of fight is that? It's not just. Losing means your soul thrown down in the dust, your heart torn out from God's, but you can't not lose.
In the whole entire world, you are the only person I love or have ever loved. And I love you terribly, terribly. That's what's so awfully, irreducibly real. I can't make up anything, but I can't dream that away.
Are you really going to have a baby?
It's my time, and there's no blood. I don't really know. I suppose it wouldn't be a great thing. Maybe I'm just not bleeding because I take too many pills. Maybe I'll give birth to a pill. Wouldn't that give a new meaning to pill popping, huh? I think you should go to Washington. Alone. Change, like you said.
I'm not going to leave you, Harper.
Well, maybe not. I'm gonna leave you.
Scene 3. 1 a.m. the next morning. Lewis and a nurse, Emily, are sitting in Pryor's room in the hospital.
He'll be all right now.
We won't.
No, I guess not. I gave him something that makes him sleep,
Deep asleep.
orbiting the moons of Jupiter.
A good place to be.
Any place better than here. You his,
Yes, I am his,
This must be hell for you.
It is. Hell. The afterlife, which is not at all like a rainy afternoon in March, by the way, Pryor. A lot more vivid than I expected. Dead leaves, but the country kind. Sharp, dry air. The kind of long, luxurious, dying feeling that breaks your heart.
Yeah, well, we all get to break our hearts on this one. He seems like a nice guy. Cute.
Not like this. Yes, he is, but was.
Weird name. Pryor Walter, like the Walter before this one.
Lots of Walters before this one. Pryor is an old family name in an old family. The Walters go back to the Mayflower and beyond, back to the Norman conquest. He says there's a Prior Walter stitched into the Bayeux tapestry.
Is that impressive?
Well, it's old, very old, which in some circles equals impressive.
Not my circle. What's the name of the tapestry?
The Bayeux tapestry, embroidered by La Reine Mathilde.
I'll tell my mother. She embroiders, drives me nuts.
Annual therapy for anxious hands.
Maybe you should try it.
Mathilde stitched while William the Conqueror was off to war. She was capable of more than loyalty, devotion. She waited for him. She stitched for years. And if he had come back broken and defeated from war, she would have loved him even more. And if he had returned mutilated, ugly, full of infection and horror, she would still have loved him. Fed by pity, a sharing of pain, you would love him even more. Even more. She would never, ever pray to God, please let him die if he can't return to be whole and healthy and able to live a normal life. If he had died, she would have buried her heart with him. So what the fuck is the matter with me? Will you sleep through the night?
At least.
I'm going.
It's 1 a.m. Where do you have to go at 1 a.m.?
A walk. Night air, good for the park.
Be careful.
Yeah. Danger. Tell him if he wakes up and you're still on, tell him goodbye. Tell him I had to go.
Scene 4, an hour later. Split scene. Joe and Roy in a fancy, straight bar. Lewis and a man in the rambles in Central Park. Joe and Roy are sitting at the bar. The place is brightly lit. Joe has a plate of food in front of him, but he isn't eating. Roy occasionally reaches over the table and forks small bites off Joe's plate. Roy is drinking heavily. Joe, not at all. Lewis and the man are eyeing each other, each alternating interest and indifference.
The pills were something she started when she miscarried. Or, no, she took some before that. She had a really bad time at home when she was a kid. You know, her home was really bad. I think a lot of drinking and physical stuff. She doesn't like to talk about that. Instead, she talks about the sky falling down or people with knives hiding under sofas, monsters, Mormons. Everyone thinks Mormons don't come from homes like that. We aren't supposed to behave that way. But, well, we do. It's not lying or being two-faced. I mean, everyone tries very hard to live up to God's strictures, which are very
strict.
I shouldn't be bothering you with this.
No, please. Heart to heart. Want another, what is that, seltzer?
The failure to measure up hits people very hard. From such a strong desire to be good, they feel very far from goodness when they fail. I mean, what scares me is that maybe what I really love in her is the part of her that's farthest from the light, from God's love. Maybe I was drawn to that in the first place. And I'm keeping it alive because I need it.
Why would you need it?
There are things, you know, I don't know how well we really know ourselves. I mean, what if? Well, I know I married her because because I loved that she was always wrong. she was always doing something wrong, like one step out of step. And in Salt Lake, that stands out. You know, I never stood out on the outside. But inside, it was hard for me to pass.
Pass?
Yeah.
Pass is what?
Oh, well, as someone cheerful and strong. Well, those who love God with an open heart, unclouded by secrets and struggles, are cheerful. God's easy, simple love for them shows in how strong and happy they are. The saints.
But you had secrets. Secret struggles.
I just wanted to be one of the elect, and one of the blessed. Well, you feel you ought to be, but that the blemishes are yours by choice, which of course they aren't. Harper's sorrows, that really deep sorrow. I mean, she didn't choose that, but it's there.
You didn't put it there.
Well, no.
You sound like you think you did.
Well, I am responsible for her.
Because she's your wife.
That. And I do love her.
Whatever. She's your wife, and so there are obligations to her, but also to yourself.
Oh, she'd fall apart in Washington.
Then let her stay here.
She'd fall apart if I leave her.
Then bring her to Washington.
I just can't, Roy. She needs me.
Listen, Joe, I'm the best divorce lawyer in the business.
Can't Washington wait?
You do what you need to do, Joe. What you need. You. Let her life go where it wants to go. You'll be better for that. Somebody should get what they want. What do you want?
I want you to fuck me, hurt me, make me bleed.
I want to.
Yeah,
I want to hurt you.
fuck me
Yeah?
hard.
Yeah. You been a bad boy?
Very bad.
You need to be punished, boy?
Yes, I do.
Yes, what? Yes, what, boy?
Oh, yes, sir.
I want you to take me to your place, boy.
No, I can't do that.
No, what?
No, sir, I can't. I don't live alone, sir.
Your lover know you're out with a man tonight, boy?
No, sir, my lover doesn't know.
Your lover know you.
Let's change the subject, okay? Can we go to your place?
I live with my parents.
Ugh.
Everyone who makes it in this world makes it because somebody older and more powerful takes an interest. The most precious asset in life, I think, is the ability to be a good son. You have that, Joe. Somebody who can be a good son to a father who pushes them farther than they would otherwise go. I've had many fathers. I owe my life to them. Powerful, powerful men. Walter Winchell, Edgar Hoover, Joe McCarthy, most of all. He valued me because I am a good lawyer, but he loved me because I was and am a good son. He was a difficult man, very guarded and cagey. I brought out something tender in him. He would have died for me, and me for him. Does this embarrass you?
Yeah, I had a hard time with my father.
Well, sometimes that's the way. Then you have to find other fathers, substitutes, I don't know. The father-son relationship is central to life. Women are for birth, beginning, but the father is continuance. The son offers the father his life as a vessel for carrying forth his father's dream. Your father's living?
Dead.
He was What a difficult man.
He was in the military. He could be very unfair and cold.
But he loved you.
I don't know.
No, Joe, he did. I know this. Sometimes a father's love has to be very, very hard, unfair even, cold to make his son grow strong in a world like this. This isn't a good world. Here then.
Right. Do you have a rubber?
I don't use rubbers.
You should.
He takes one from his coat pocket.
Here.
I don't use them.
Forget it then.
No, wait. Put it on me, boy.
Forget it. I have to go back. Home. I must be going crazy.
Oh, come on, please. He won't find out.
Cold. Too cold.
It's never too cold. Let me warm you up. Please.
They begin to fuck.
Relax.
Not a chance.
It.
What?
I think it broke. The rubber. You want me to keep going? Pull out? Should I?
Keep going. Infect me. I don't care. I don't care.
The man pulls out.
Look, I'm sorry, but I think I want to go.
Yeah. Give my best to Mom and Dad.
The man slaps him.
Ow. It was a joke.
He leaves.
How long have we known each other?
Since 1980.
Right. A long time. I feel close to you, Joe. Do I advise you well?
You've been an incredible friend, Roy. I can't begin to thank you
I
for
want to be family. Familia, as my Italian friends call it. La familia. Lovely word. It's important for me to help you like I was helped.
Well, I owe practically everything to you, Roy.
I'm dying, Joe. Cancer.
Oh my God.
Please, let me finish. Few people know this, and I'm telling you this only because I'm not afraid of death. What can death bring that I haven't faced? I've lived. Life is the worst. Listen to me, I'm a philosopher. Joe, you must do this. You must. Love, that's a trap. Responsibility, that's a trap too. Like a father to a son, I tell you this. Life is full of horror. Nobody escapes. Nobody. Save yourself. Whatever pulls on you, whatever needs from you, threatens you, don't be afraid. People are so afraid. Don't be afraid to live in the raw wind, naked, alone. Learn at least this. What you are capable of, let nothing stand in your way.
Scene 5, 3 days later. Pryor and Belize in Pryor's hospital room. Pryor is very sick, but improving. Belize has just arrived.
Miss Thing!
Ma chérie Bichette.
Stella.
Stella for star. Let me see. You look like shit. Why, yes, indeed you do. Comme la merde.
Merci.
Belize takes little plastic bottles from his bag and hands them to Pryor.
Not to despair, belle rêve. Looky, magic goop.
What kind of crap is that?
Beats me. Let's rub it on your poor blistered body and see what it does.
This is not Western medicine, these bottles.
Voodoo cream. Western from the Botanica. From the Botanicas around the block.
And you a registered nurse.
Beeswax and cheap perfume, cut with Jorgen's lotion, full of good vibes and love from some little black Cubana witch in Miami.
No. Get that trash away from me. I am immune suppressed.
I am a health professional. I know what I'm doing.
It stinks. Any word from Lewis?
Belize starts giving Pryor a gentle massage.
Gone.
He'll be back. I know the type. Likes to keep a girl on edge.
It's been
How long?
don't remember.
How long have you been here?
I don't remember. I don't give a fuck. I want Lewis. I want my fucking boyfriend. Where the fuck is he? I'm dying. I'm dying. Where's Lewis? This is very strange. This drug, emotional liability for starters.
Save a top or two for me.
Oh, no. Not this drug. Ce n'est pas le pour le joyeux Noël et la bonne année. This drug, she is serious, poisonous chemistry. Ma pauvre bichet. Not just disorienting, huh? I hear things. Voices.
Voices.
A voice.
Saying what?
I'm not supposed to tell.
You better tell a doctor or I will.
No, don't. Please. I want the voice. It's wonderful. It's all that's keeping me alive. I don't want to talk to some intern about it, huh? You know what happens when I hear it? I get hard.
Oh my.
Comme ça. And I mean, you know how slow I am to rise. No?
My jaw aches at the memory.
Oh, and would you deny me this little solace, betray my concupiscence to Florence Nightingale's stormtroopers?
Perish the thought, my baby.
Yeah, they'd change the drug just to spoil the fun.
Well, you and your boner can depend on me.
Je t'adore. Ma belle nègre.
All this girl talk shit is politically incorrect, you know. We should have dropped it back when we gave up drag.
I'm sick. I get to be politically incorrect if it makes me feel better. You sound like Lou. Well, at least I have the satisfaction of knowing that he's in anguish somewhere. I loved his anguish. Watching him stick his head up his own asshole and eat his guts out over some relatively minor moral conundrum. Oh, it was the best show in town. But Mother warned me, if they get overwhelmed by the little things,
they'll belly up Bustville when something big comes along.
Mother warned me.
And they do come along.
I didn't listen.
No. Men are beasts.
The absolute lowest.
I have to go. If I want to spend my whole lonely life looking after white people, I can get underpaid to do it.
Well, you're just a Christian martyr.
Whatever happens, baby, I will be here for you.
Je t'aime.
Je t'aime. Don't go crazy on me, girlfriend. I already got enough crazy queens for 2 lifetimes. I can't be bothering with dementia.
I promise.
He touches him.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Why'd they have to pick on you? And eat more, girlfriend. You really do look like shit.
Belize goes.
He's gone. Are you still?
I can't stay. I will return.
Are you one of those follow me to the other side voices?
No, I am no night bird. I am a messenger.
You have a beautiful voice. It sounds like a viola. Like a perfectly tuned, tight string, balanced. The truth. Stay with me?
Not now. Soon I will return. I will reveal myself to you. I am glorious, glorious, my heart, my countenance, and my message. You must prepare.
For what? I don't want to.
No, death, no. A marvelous work and a wonder we undertake, an edifice awry we sink, plumb, and straighten. A great lie we abolish, a great error correct, with the rule, sword, and broom of truth.
What are you talking about?
I am on my way. When I manifest, our work begins. Prepare for the parting of the air, the breath, the ascent, glory to.
Scene 6. The second week of January. Martin, Roy, and Joe in a fancy Manhattan restaurant.
It's a revolution in Washington, Joe. We have a new agenda and finally a real leader. They got back the Senate, but we have the courts. By the 90s, the Supreme Court will be block solid Republican appointees. And the federal bench, Republican judges like landmines everywhere. Everywhere they turn. Affirmative action? Take it to court. Boom! Landmine. And we'll get our way on just about everything. Abortions, defense, Central America, family values, a live investment climate. We have the White House locked until the year 2000 and beyond. A permanent fix on the Oval Office? It's possible. By 92, we'll get the Senate back, and in 10 years, the South is going to give us the House. It's really the end of liberalism, the end of New Deal socialism, the end of ipso facto secular humanism. The drawings of a genuinely American political personality, modeled on Ronald Wilson Reagan.
Well, it sounds great, Mr. Heller.
Martin. And justice is the hub, especially since Ed Meese took over. He doesn't specialize in fine points of the law. He's a flat foot, a cop. He reminds me of Teddy Roosevelt.
I can't wait to meet him.
Too bad, Joe. He's been dead for 60 years.
There's awkwardness, nothing from Joe.
Teddy Roosevelt. He said you wanted to. Little joke. It reminds me of the story about the...
Oh, shut the fuck up, Martin. You see that? Mr. Heller here is one of the mighty Joseph in DC. He sitteth on the right hand of the man who sitteth on the right hand of the man. And yet I can say shut the fuck up and he will take no offense. Loyalty. Hey, Martin.
Yes, Roy.
Rub my back.
Roy.
No, really, a sore spot. I get them all the time now. These, rub it for me, darling. Would you do that for me?
Martin rubs Roy's back. They both look at Joe.
How do you think a handful of Bolsheviks turned St. Petersburg into Leningrad in one afternoon? Comrades who do for each other. Marx and Engels, Lenin and Trotsky, Joseph Stalin, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Comrades, right, Martin?
This man, Joe, is a saint of the right.
Well, I know, Mr. Heller.
And you see what I mean, Martin? He's special, right?
Don't embarrass him, Roy.
Gravity, decency, smarts. His strength is as the strength of 10 because his heart is pure. And he's a Roy boy, 100%.
We're on the move, Joe. On the move.
Mr. Heller,
The back rub ends.
We can't wait any longer for an answer.
oh,
Joe's a married man, Martin.
Ah.
With a wife. She doesn't care to go to DC. And so Joe cannot go and keeps us dangling. We've seen that kind of thing before, haven't we? These men and their wives.
Oh, yes. Beware.
I really can't discuss this under.
Then don't discuss this. Say yes, Joe.
Now.
Say yes, I will.
Now. Now, I'll hold my breath till you do. I'm turning blue waiting. Now, god damn it.
Roy, calm down. It's not.
Fuck it. Read this. Came today.
Roy, this is terrible.
You're telling me. A letter from the New York State Bar Association, Martin. They're gonna try and disbar me.
Oh my.
Why?
Why, Martin?
Revenge?
The whole establishment, their little rules, because I know no rules. Because I don't see the law as a dead and arbitrary collection of antiquated dictums, thou shalt not, because I know the law is a pliable, breathing, sweating organ. Because
he borrowed $500,000 from one of his clients.
Yeah, well, there's that.
And he forgot to return it.
Roy, you borrowed money from a client?
I'm deeply ashamed.
Roy, you know how much I admire you. Well, I mean, I know you have unorthodox ways, but I am sure you only did what you thought at the time you needed to, and I have faith that you will.
Not so damn please. I'll deny it was a loan. She's got no paperwork. Can't prove a fucking thing.
Martin studies the menu. Joe hands back the letter.
Roy, I really appreciate you telling me this, and I'll do whatever I can to help.
Tell you what you can do. I'm about to be tried, Joe, by a jury that is not a jury of my peers. The disbarment committee, genteel gentlemen, Brahmin lawyers, country club men, I offend them. To these men, I'm what, Martin, some sort of filthy little Jewish troll?
Oh, well, I wouldn't go as far as...
I would. Very fancy lawyers, these disbarment committee lawyers, fancy lawyers with fancy corporate clients and complicated cases, antitrust suits, deregulation, environmental control. Complex cases like these need Justice Department cooperation, like flowers need the sun. Wouldn't you say that's an accurate assessment, Martin?
I'm not here, Roy. I'm not hearing any of this.
No, of course not. Without the light of the sun, Joe, these cases and the fancy lawyers who represent them will wither and die. A well-placed friend, someone in the Justice Department, say, can turn off the sun, cast a deep shadow on my behalf, make them shiver in the cold. If they overstep, they would fear that.
Roy, I don't understand.
You do.
You're not asking me to.
Careful.
Well, even if I said yes to the job, well, it would be illegal to interfere with the hearings. Well, it's unethical. No, I can't.
Unethical. Would you excuse us, Martin?
Excuse you?
Take a walk, Martin. For real.
Martin goes.
Unethical? Are you trying to embarrass me in front of my friend?
Well, it is unethical. I can't do that in all
Boy,
good time.
you really are something. What the fuck do you think this is, Sunday school?
No, but Roy, this is big.
This is gastric juices churning. This is enzymes and acid. This is intestinal, is what it is. Bowel movement and blood red meat. This stinks. This is politics. Joe, the game of being alive. And you think you're what? Above that? Above alive is what? Dead. In the clouds. You're on Earth, goddammit. Plant a foot and stay a while. I'm sick. They smell I'm weak. They want blood this time. I must have eyes. Injustice. Injustice? You will protect me.
Why can't Mr. Heller?
Grow up, Joe. The administration can't get involved.
But I'd be part of the administration. Well, the same as him.
Not the same. Martin's Ed's man, and Ed's Reagan's man. So Martin's Reagan's man. And you're mine.
He holds up the letter.
This will never be. Understand me?
He tears the letter up.
I'm gonna be a lawyer, Joe. I'm gonna be a lawyer, Joe. I'm gonna be a goddamn motherfucking legally licensed member of the bar lawyer, just like my daddy was, till my last bitter day on earth, Joseph, until the day I die.
Martin returns.
Martin's back.
So are we agreed?
Joe?
I will think about it. I will.
Huh.
It's the fear of what comes after doing the thing that makes them do the hard work. Nope. It's the fear of what comes after doing that makes the doing hard to do.
Amen.
But you can almost always live with the consequences.
Scene 7, that afternoon. On the granite steps outside the Hall of Justice, Brooklyn, it is cold and sunny. A sabrette wagon is selling hot dogs. Louis, in a shabby overcoat, is sitting on the steps, contemplatively eating one. Joe enters with 3 hot dogs and a can of Coke.
Can I?
Sure. Crazy cold sun.
Joe sits.
Have to make the best of it. How's your friend?
He's worse. My friend is worse.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, thanks for asking. It's nice. You're nice. I can't believe you voted for Reagan.
I hope he gets better.
Reagan?
Your friend?
He won't. Neither will Reagan.
Let's not talk politics, okay?
You're eating 3 of those?
Well, I'm hungry.
Really terrible for full of a rat poo and beetle eggs and wood shavings and shit.
Huh?
And iridium, I think, something toxic.
You're eating one?
Yeah, well, the shape. Can't help myself. Plus I'm trying to commit suicide, so what's your excuse?
I don't have an excuse. I just had Pepto-Bismol.
Joe takes a bottle of Pepto-Bismol and chugs it. Louis shudders audibly.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, but then I'd wash it down with Coke.
He does this. Louis mimes barfing in Joe's lap. Joe pushes Louis's head away.
Are you always like this?
I've been worrying a lot about his kids.
Whose?
Reagan's. Maureen and Mike and little from Patty and Miss Ronald Reagan Jr. You should pardon the expression heterosexual.
No, Ron Reagan Jr. is not. I mean, you shouldn't make these assumptions about people. Well, how do you know about him, what he is? Well, you don't know.
But darling, he never sucked my cock. But
Okay, look, but if you're gonna get vulgar,
no, really, no. I mean, what's it like being a child of the zeitgeist? To have the American animus as your dad? Like, it's not really a family, the Reagans. I read People. There aren't really connections there. No love. Don't ever really even speak to each other except through their agents. So like, what's it like to be Reagan's kids? Inquiring minds want to know.
you can't believe everything you read.
But I think we all know what that's like nowadays. No connections, no responsibilities. All of us falling through the cracks that separate what we owe ourselves and what we owe to love.
Wow, you just, I mean, whatever you feel like saying or doing, you don't care. You just do it.
Do what?
Whatever. Whatever it is you want to do.
Are you trying to tell me something?
Sexual. They stare at each other.
No, I'm just observing that you...
Impulsive.
Yes. I mean, it must be scary. You just do whatever.
Free. Home of the brave. Call me irresponsible.
Well, it's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, well, freedom is heartless too.
Oh, no, you're not heartless.
You don't know. Finish your weenie.
He pats Joe on the knee, starts to leave. Lewis turns, looks at him.
Yesterday was Sunday, but I've been a little unfocused recently and I thought it was Monday. So I came here like I was going to work and, well, the whole place was empty. And at first I couldn't figure out why. And I had this moment of incredible fear. And also, well, it just kind of like flashed through my mind. The whole Hall of Justice, it's empty. It's deserted. It's gone out of business forever. The people that make it run have up and abandoned it.
Lewis looks at the building.
Creepy.
Well, yes, but I felt I was going to scream. Not because it was creepy, but because the emptiness, it felt so fast. And, well, good. Like a happy scream. I just wondered what a thing it would be if overnight everything you owe anything to, like justice or love, had really gone away. Like free. It would be heartless terror. Yes, a terrible and very great to shed your skin, every old skin, one by one, and then to walk away, unencumbered, into the morning.
Joe looks at the building.
I can't go in there today.
Then don't.
I can't go in. I need...
He looks for what he needs. He takes a swig of Pepto-Bismol.
I can't be this anymore. I need a change. I should just...
Company? For whatever? Sometimes, even if it scares you to death, you have to be willing to break the law. Know what I mean?
Yes.
I moved out. I moved out on my... I haven't been sleeping well.
Me neither.
Lewis goes up to Joe, licks his napkin, and dabs at Joe's mouth.
Antacid mustache. Maybe the court won't convene ever again. Maybe we are free to do whatever. Children of the new morning, criminal wines, selfish and greedy and loveless and blind, Reagan's children. You're scared. So am I. Everybody is in the land of the free. God help us all.
Scene 8, late that night. Joe at a payphone phoning Hannah at home in Salt Lake City.
Mom?
Joe?
Hi.
Calling from the street. It must be 4 in the morning. What happened?
Nothing. Nothing.
Harper. Is Harper Joe? Joe?
Yeah, hi. No. Harper's fine. Well, no, she's not fine. How are you, Mom?
What's happened?
I just wanted to talk to you. I wanted to try something out on you.
Joe, have you been drinking, Joe?
Yes, ma'am. I am drunk.
He doesn't like you.
No. Well, I mean, who's to say?
Why are you out on the street at 4 a.m. in that crazy city? It's dangerous.
Actually, Mom, I'm not on the street. I'm near the boathouse in the park.
What park?
Well, Central Park.
Central Park. Oh my Lord, what on earth are you doing in Central Park at this time of night? Joe, I think you ought to go home right now. Call from home. Joe?
I come here to watch, Mom. Sometimes. Just to watch.
Watch what? What's there to watch at 4 in the...
Mom? Did Dad love me?
What?
Did he?
You ought to go home and call from there.
Answer.
No, really, this is maudlin. I don't like this conversation.
Oh, yeah, well, it gets worse from here on.
Joe?
Mom? Mama? I'm a homosexual, Mama. Boy, did that come out awkward. Hello? Hello? I'm a homosexual. Please, Mama, say something.
You're old enough to understand that your father didn't love you without being ridiculous about it.
What?
You're ridiculous. You're being ridiculous.
You
really ought to know. You really ought to go home to your wife. I need to go to bed. This phone call, we will just forget this phone call.
Mom.
No more talking tonight. Drinking is a sin. A sin. I raised you better than that.
She hangs up. Scene 9. The following morning, early. Split scene. Harper and Joe at home, Lewis and Pryor in Pryor's hospital room. Joe and Lewis have just entered. This should be fast and obviously furious. Overlapping is fine. The proceedings may be a little confusing, but not the final result.
Oh God, home. The moment of truth has arrived.
Harper?
I'm going to move out.
Oh, the fuck you are.
Harper, please listen. I still love you very much. You're still my best buddy. I'm not going to leave you.
No, I don't like the sound of this. I'm leaving.
I'm leaving. I already have.
Please listen. Stay. This is really hard. We have to talk.
We are talking, aren't we? Now shut up, please, okay?
Bastard, sneaking off while I'm flat out here, that's low. If I could get up now, I'd beat the holy shit out of you.
Did you take pills? How many?
No pills. Bad for the.
You aren't pregnant. I called your gynecologist.
I'm seeing a new gynecologist.
You have no right to do this.
That's ridiculous.
Right, it's criminal.
Okay, forget about that. Just listen. You want the truth? This is the truth. You know, I knew this when I married you. I've known this, I guess, for as long as I've known anything, but I don't know. I thought that maybe with enough effort and will, I could change myself, but I can't.
Criminal.
There ought to be a law.
There is a law. You'll see.
I'm losing ground here. You know, I go walking. You want to know where I walk? I go to the park or up and down 53rd Street or places where I keep swearing I won't go walking again, but I just can't.
I need some privacy.
Oh, that's new.
Everything's new, Prior.
I try to tighten my heart into a knot, into like a snarl. I try to learn to live dead, just numb. But then I see someone I want, and it's like a nail, like a hot spike right through my chest, and I know I'm losing.
Apartment too small for three? Lewis and Pryor comfy, but not Lewis and Pryor and Pryor's disease.
Something like that. I won't be judged by you. This isn't a crime, just the inevitable consequence of people who ran out of, whose limitations.
Bang, bang, bang. The court will come to order.
I mean, let's talk practicalities, schedules. I'll come over if you want. Like, spend nights with you when I can. I can.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
I'm doing the best I can.
Pathetic. Who cares?
My whole life has conspired to bring me to this place. And I can't despise my whole life. I think I believed when I met you that I could save you. You, at least, if not myself. But I don't have any sexual feelings for you, Harper, and I don't think I ever did.
I think you should go.
Where?
Washington? Doesn't matter.
What are you talking about?
Without me. Without me, Joe. Isn't that what you want to hear?
Yes.
You can love someone and fail them. You can love someone and not be able to.
You can, yeah, theoretically, yes. A person can, maybe an editorial you can love Lewis, but not you. Specifically you. I don't know. I think you are excluded from that general category.
You were going to save me, but the whole time you were spinning a lie. I just don't understand that.
A person could theoretically love, and maybe many do, but we both know now that you can't.
You.
You can't even say it.
I love you, Prior.
I repeat, who cares?
This is so scary. I want this to stop, to go back.
We have reached a verdict, Your Honor. This man's heart is deficient. He loves, but his love is worth nothing.
Harper.
Mr. Lies, I want to get away from here. Far away, right now, before he starts talking again. Please, please.
As long as I've known you, Harper, you've been afraid of men hiding under the bed, men hiding under the sofa, men with knives.
I'm dying, you stupid fuck. Do you know what that is? Love? Do you know what love means? We lived together for 4.5 years. You animal, you idiot.
I have to find some way to save myself.
Who are these men? Well, I never understood it. Now I know.
What?
It's me.
It is?
Get out of my room.
I'm the man with the knives.
You are.
If I could get up now, I'd kill you. I would. Go away, or I'll screw.
Oh God.
I'm sorry.
It's you.
Don't scream.
Go.
I recognize you now.
Please.
Oh, wait,
Covers his mouth with his hand, gags, and removes his hand red with blood.
I'm bleeding.
Ah!
Mr. Lies.
He's dressed in Antarctic explorer's apparel.
Right here.
I want to go away. I can't see him anymore.
Where?
Anywhere. Far away.
Absolute demento.
Harper and Mr. Lies vanish. Joe looks up, sees that she's gone.
When I open my eyes, you'll be gone.
He leaves.
Harper?
Huh. It worked.
Harper?
I hurt all over. I wish I was dead.
Scene 10, the same day, sunset. Hannah and Sister Ella Chapter, a real estate saleswoman. Hannah Pitt's closest friend, in front of Hannah's house in Salt Lake City.
Look at that view. A view of heaven. Like the living city of heaven, isn't it? It just fairly glimmers in the sun.
Do we have a Hannah?
I can be her if you don't.
Lost my place.
there
Sorry,
you go.
can you give me a page number?
81.
We can start again from the
Thank you.
top.
Sorry, can you start again?
Michaela.
Look at that view. A view of heaven. Like the living city of heaven, isn't it? It just fairly glimmers in the sun.
Glimmers.
Even the stone and brick, it just glimmers and glitters like heaven in the sunshine. Such a nice view you get perched up on a canyon rim. Some kind of beautiful place.
It's just Salt Lake. And if you're selling the house for me, not to me.
I like to work up an enthusiasm for my properties.
Well, just get me a good price.
Well, the market's off.
At least 50.
40 be more like it.
50.
Wish you'd wait a bit.
Well, I can't.
Wish you would. You're about the only friend I got.
Oh, well now.
Know why I decided to like you? I decided to like you because you're the only unfriendly Mormon I ever met.
Your wig is crooked.
Fix it. New York City. All they got there is tiny rooms. I always thought people ought to stay put. That's why I got my license to sell real estate. It's a way of saying, have a house, stay put. It's a way of saying traveling's no good. Plus, I needed the cash.
She takes a pack of cigarettes out of her purse, lights one, and offers the pack to Hannah.
Not out here. Any con could come by. There's been days I've stood at this ledge and thought about stepping over. It's a hard place, Salt Lake. Baked dry. Abundant energy, not much intelligence. That's a combination that can wear a body out. No harm looking someplace else. I don't need much room. My sister-in-law Libby thinks there's radon gas in the basement.
Is there gas in the...
Of course not. Libby's a fool.
Because I'd have to include that in the description.
There's no gas, Ella. Give a puff.
She takes a furtive drag of Ella's cigarette.
Put it away now.
So, I guess this is goodbye.
You'll be all right, Ella. I wasn't ever much of a friend.
I'll say something, but don't laugh, okay? This is the home of saints, the godliest place on earth, they say. And I think they're right. That mean there's no evil here? No. Evil's everywhere. Sin's everywhere. But this is the spring of sweet water in the desert. The desert flower. Every step a believer takes away from here is a step fraught with peril. I fear for you, Hannah Pitt, because you are my friend. Stay put. This is the right home of saints.
Latter-day Saints.
Only kind left.
But still, late in the day for saints and everyone. That's all. It's all $50,000 for the house, Sister Ella chapter. Don't undersell. It's an impressive view.
Act 3. Not Yet Conscious, Forward Dawning, January 1986. Scene 1. Late night, 3 days after the end of Act 2. The stage is completely dark. Pryor is in bed in his apartment, having a nightmare. He wakes up, sits up, switches on a nightlight, looks at the clock. Seated by the table near the bed is a man dressed in the clothing of a 13th century British squire.
Who are you?
My name is Prior Walter.
My name is Prior Walter.
I know that.
Explain.
You're alive. I'm not. We have the same name. What do you want me to explain?
Ghost?
No, an ancestor.
Not the Prior Walter, the Bayou Tapestry Prior Walter.
His great-great-grandson, the 5th of the name.
I'm the 34th, I think.
Well, actually, the 32nd.
Not according to my mother.
Oh, she's including the 2 bastards then. I say leave them out. I say no room for bastards. Those little things you swallow.
Pills.
Pills? For the pestilence. Yeah, I too.
Wait, pestilence? You two what?
Well, the pestilence in my time was much worse than now. Old villages of empty houses. You could look outdoors and see death walking in the morning, dew dampening the ragged black hem of his robe, plain as I see you now.
You died of the plague.
The spotty monster. Like you. Alone.
Oh, I'm not alone.
You have no wife, no children.
I'm gay.
So, be gay. Dance and you're all together for all I care. What's that to do with not having children?
Gay, homosexual, not Bonnie Blythe. Never mind.
I had 12 when I died.
The second ghost appears, this one dressed in the clothing of an elegant 17th century Londoner.
And I was 3 years younger than him.
Oh God, another one.
Prior Walter, prior to you by some 17 others.
He's counting the bastards.
Are we having some kind of convention?
We've been sent to declare her fabulous incipience. They love a well-paved entrance with lots of heralds and...
The messenger come, prepare the way. The infinite descent, a breath in air.
They chose us, I suspect, because of the mortal affinities. In a family as long descended as the Walters, there are bound to be a few carried off by the plague.
The spotty monster.
Black Jack came from a water pump, half the city of London. Can you imagine? His came from fleas. Yours, I understand, is the lamentable consequence of venery.
Fleas on rats. But who knew that?
Am I going to die?
We aren't allowed to discuss.
When you do, you don't get ancestors to help you through it. You may be surrounded by children, but you die alone.
I'm afraid.
You should be. There aren't even torches, and the path's rocky, dark, and steep.
Don't alarm him. There's good news before there's bad. We come to strew rose petal and palm leaf before the triumphal procession. Prophet, seer, revelator. It's a great honor for the family.
He hasn't got a family.
I mean for the Walters, for the family in a larger sense.
All I want is a room somewhere far away from the cold night air.
Prior to puts on Prior's forehead.
Calm, calm. This is no brain fever.
He calms down but keeps his eyes closed. The lights begin to change. Distant, glorious music.
Adonai, Adonai,
Now, from the
Olam
depths of
HaYechud,
heaven,
Zephirat,
across the
Zezat,
cold and lifeless
Ha-Adam, Ha-Gadol,
the messenger comes, trailing orbs of light,
Floor,
fabulous,
Phosphor, Lumen,
incipient,
Candle,
O prophet, to you
prepare,
prepare and prepare
the
the
infinite
infinite
descent,
descent,
a breath, a
a
feather,
feather,
glory
glory to.
They vanish. Scene 2, the next day. Split scene. Louis and Belize in a coffee shop. Pryor is at the outpatient clinic at the hospital with Emily, the nurse. She has him on a pentamidine IV drip.
Why has democracy succeeded in America? Of course, by succeeded, I mean comparatively, not literally, not in the present, but what makes for the prospect of some sort of radical democracy spreading outward and growing up? Why does the power that was once so carefully preserved at the top of the pyramid by the original framers of the Constitution seem inexorably drawn outward and outward in spite of the best efforts of the right? Stop it. I mean, it's a really hard thing being left in this country. The American left can't help but trip over all these petrified little fetishes like freedom. That's the worst. You know, Jean Kirkpatrick, for God's sake, will go on and on about freedom. And so what does that mean? The word freedom when she talks about it, or human rights. You have Bush talking about human rights. And so what are these people talking about? They might as well be talking about the mating habits of Venusians. These people don't begin to know what ontologically freedom is or human rights. Like they see these bourgeois property-based rights of man type rights, but that's not enfranchisement, not democracy, not what's implicit, what's potential within the idea, not the idea with blood in it. That's just liberalism, the worst kind of liberalism, really bourgeois tolerance. And what I think is that what AIDS shows us is the limits of tolerance. That's not enough to be tolerated, because when shit hits the fan, you find out how much tolerance is worth. Nothing. And underneath all that tolerance is an intense, passionate hatred. Well, don't you think that's true?
It is.
Power is the object, not being tolerated. Fuck assimilation. But I mean, in spite of all this, the thing about America, I think, is that ultimately we're different from every nation on earth in that with people here of every race, we can't. And ultimately, what defines us isn't race, but politics. Not like any European country where there's an insurmountable fact that a kind of racial, ethnic monopoly or monolith, like all Dutchmen, I mean, Dutch people are, well, Dutch, and the Jews of Europe were never really Europeans, just a small problem facing the monolith. But here, there are so many small problems. It's just really a collection of small problems. The monolith is missing. Oh, I mean, of course, I suppose there's the monolith of white America, white, straight, male America.
Which is not unimpressive, even among monoliths.
No, but when the race thing gets taken care of, and I mean, I don't mean to minimize how major it is. I mean, I know it is. Like, this is a really, really incredibly racist country, but it's like, well, the British. I mean, all these blue-eyed, pink people. It's just weird, you know? Like, I mean, I'm not all that Jewish looking, or, well, maybe I am, but you know, in New York, everyone is, well, not everyone, but so many are. And so, but in England, in London, I walk into bars and I feel like sit the yid. You know, like I mean, Woody Allen and Annie Hall with like the payas and the garbadine coat, like never anywhere so much. I mean, not actively despised. Like they're not like Germans, who I still think are like incredibly anti-Semitic and racist too. I mean, black racist. So they pretend otherwise, but anyways, in London, there's just, and at one point I met this black gay guy from Jamaica who talked with a lilt, but he said his family had been living in London since before the Civil War, the American one, and how the English never let him forget for a minute that he was blue-eyed and that he wasn't blue-eyed and pink. And he said, yeah. And I said, yeah, me too. These people are anti-Semites. And he said, yeah, but the British Jews have the clothing business all sewn up and the black Jews can't get a foothold. And it was an incredibly awkward moment of just, I mean, here we were in this bar that was gay, but it was a pub, you know? So like the beams and the plaster and those horrible little like 2-day-old fish and egg sandwiches, and just so British, so old. And I felt, well, there's no way out of this because both of us are right now too much immersed in this history. Hope is dissolved in the sheer age of this place, where race is what counts. There's no real hope of change. It's the racial destiny of the Brits that matters to them, not their political identity. Whereas in America,
here in America, race doesn't count.
No, that's not. I mean, you can't be hearing that. Look, it's race, yes, but ultimately race here is just a political question, right? Like racists just try to use race here as a tool in a political struggle. It's not really about race. Like the spiritualists try to use that stuff. Like, are you enlightened? Are you centered? Are you channeled? Whatever. This reaching out for a spiritual past in a country where no indigenous spirits exist, only the Indians. I mean the Native American spirits, and we killed them all off. So there are no gods here, no ghosts and no spirits in America. There's no angels in America, no spiritual past, no racial past. It's only political, and the decoys and the ploys to maneuver around these inescapable battle of politics, the shifting power and outwards of political power to the people. It's just so
power to the people. Amen. Oh my goodness. Well, you look at the time, I gotta.
You think this is what? Like racist or naive or something?
Well, it's certainly something. Look, I just remembered I have an appointment. It's
what? I mean, I really don't want to like speak from some sort of position of privilege, and
I'm sitting here thinking eventually he's got to run out of steam, so I let you rattle on and on, saying about maybe 7 or 8 things I find really offensive.
What?
But I know you, Louis, and I know the guilt fueling this peculiar tirade is obviously already swollen bigger than your hemorrhoids.
I don't have hemorrhoids.
I hear different. May I finish?
Yes, but I don't have hemorrhoids.
So finally, when
Pryor told you he's an asshole, he shouldn't have.
You promised, Louis. Pryor is not a subject.
You brought him up.
I brought up hemorrhoids.
So it's direct, passive aggressive.
Unlike, I suppose, banging me over the head with your theory that America doesn't have a race problem.
Oh, be fair, I did not say that.
Not exactly, but
I said.
But it was close enough, because if it had been that blunt, I just walked out and.
You deliberately misinterpreted.
Stop interrupting. I haven't been able to.
Just let me.
No. What, talk? You've been running your mouth nonstop since I got here. Yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. The hill, down the hill, playing with your monolith.
Oh, well, you could have just joined me at any time instead of.
And girlfriend, it truly is an awesome spectacle, but I got better things to do with my time than sit here listening to this racist bullshit just because I feel sorry for you. That
I am not a racist.
Come on.
Okay, so maybe I am racist, but
oh, I really hate that. It's no fun picking on you, Louis. You're just so guilty. It's like throwing darts at a glove of jello. There's no satisfying hits. Just quivering, the darts just flop in and vanish.
I just think that when you're discussing lines of oppression, it gets very complicated. And
Oh, and is that a fact? You know, we black drag queens have a rather intimate knowledge of the complexity of the lines of
black drag queen.
actually X.
You drag again?
I don't, maybe. I don't have to tell you. Maybe.
I think it's sexist.
I didn't ask you.
Well, it is. The gay community, I think, has to adopt the same attitude towards drag as Black women have to take towards Black women blues singers.
Oh my. We are walking dangerous tonight.
Well, it's all internalized oppression, right? I mean, the masochism, the stereotypes, the...
Louis, are you deliberately trying to make me hate you?
No,
I mean, are you deliberately transforming yourself into an arrogant, sexual, political Stalinist / racist flag-waving thug for my benefit?
You know what I think?
What?
You hate me because I'm a Jew.
I'm leaving.
It's true.
You have no basis except your... Louis, it's good to know you haven't changed. You are still an honorary citizen of the Twilight Zone. And after your pale white polemics on behalf of racial insensitivity, you have a flaming fuck of a lot of nerve calling me an anti-Semite. Now I really gotta go.
You called me Lou the Jew.
That was a joke.
I didn't think it was funny. It was hostile.
It was 3 years ago.
So?
You just called yourself Sid the Yid.
That's not the same thing.
Sid the Yid is different than Lou the Jew.
Yeah.
Someday you'll have to explain that to me, but right now, you hate me because you hate Black people.
Oh, I do not. But I do think that most Black people are anti-Semitic.
Most Black people? That's racist. Louis, and I think most Jews...
Louis Farrakhan.
Ed Koch.
Jesse Jackson.
Jackson. Oh, really, Louis? This is...
Yeah, High Me Town.
Louis, you voted for Jesse Jackson. You sent checks to the Rainbow Coalition.
I'm ambivalent. The checks bounced.
All your checks bounced? Louis, you're ambivalent about everything.
What's that supposed to mean?
You may be dumber than shit, but I refuse to believe you can't figure that out. Try.
I was never ambivalent about Pryor. I love him. I do. I really do.
Nobody said different.
Love and ambivalence are... Real love isn't ambivalent.
Real love isn't ambivalent. I'd swear that's a line from my favorite best-selling paperback novel, In Love with the Night Mysterious, except I don't think you ever read it.
I never read it, no.
You ought to. Instead of spending the rest of your life trying to get through democracy in America. It's about this white woman whose daddy owns a plantation in the deep South in the years before the Civil War, the American one, and her name is Margaret. And she's in love with her daddy's #1 slave. And his name is Thaddeus. And she's married, but her white slave owner husband has AIDS, antebellum insufficiency developed sex organs. There's a lot of hot stuff going down when Margaret and Thaddeus can catch a spare torrid 10 under the cotton-picking moon And then, of course, the Yankees come and they set the slaves free, and the slaves string up old daddy, and so on. Historical fiction, somewhere in there, I recall Margaret and Thaddeus find the time to discuss the nature of love. Her face is reflecting the flames of the burning plantation, the way white people do. And his black face is dark in the night, and she says to him, Thaddeus, real love isn't ever ambivalent.
Emily enters and turns off IV drip.
Thaddeus looks at her. He's contemplating her thesis. And he isn't sure. He agrees.
Emily removes the IV drip from Pryor's arm.
Treatment number 4.
Pharmaceutical miracle. Lazarus breathes again.
Is he? How bad is he?
You want the laundry list?
Shirt off. Let's check the...
Pryor takes his shirt off. She examines his lesions.
There's the weight problem, and the shit problem, and the morale problem.
Only 6. That's good. Pants.
He drops his pants. He's naked. She examines.
And he thinks he's going crazy.
Looking good. What else?
Ankle sore and swollen, but the leg's better. The nausea is mostly gone with the little orange pills. BM's pure liquid, but not bloody anymore for now. My eye doctor says everything's okay for now. My dentist says yuck when he sees my fuzzy tongue, and now he wears little condoms on his thumb and forefinger. And a mask. So what? My dermatologist is in Hawaii, and my mother, well, leave my mother out of it, which is usually where my mother is, out of it. My glands are like walnuts, my weight's holding steady for week 2, and a friend died 2 days ago of bird tuberculosis. Bird tuberculosis. That scared me. And I didn't go to the funeral today because he was an Irish Catholic, and it's probably an open casket, and I'm afraid of something. The bird TB, or seeing him, or... So I guess I'm doing okay. Except for, of course, I'm going nuts.
We ran the toxoplasmosis series, and there's no indication of...
I know, but I feel like something terrifying is on its way, Like a missile from outer space, and it's plummeting down towards Earth, and I'm ground zero, and I am generally known where I am known as one cool, collected queen. And I am ruffled.
There's really nothing to worry about. I think Shochem Bemorim Hamsem Nukon Ekonim Alfred Ashino.
What?
Everything's fine. Bimalos Kedoshim Uthorim Kezohar Horokis Masifirim.
What? I don't understand what.
Es Nishmas prior Shech Nolach Liomol Bavor Shed Nodvu Zidoko Bad Haskores Nishmoso.
Why are you doing that? Stop! Stop it!
Stop what?
Weren't you just speaking in Hebrew or something?
Hebrew? I'm basically Italian American. No, I didn't speak in Hebrew.
No, God, please. I really think I...
Look, I'm sorry. I have a waiting room full of... I think you're one of the lucky ones. You'll live for years, probably. You're pretty healthy for someone with no immune system. Are you seeing anyone? Loneliness is a danger. A therapist.
No. I do not need to see anyone. I just...
Well, think about it. You aren't going crazy. You're just under a lot of stress. No wonder.
She starts to write in his chart. Suddenly, there is an astonishing blaze of light. A huge chord sounded by a gigantic choir, and a great book with steel pages mounted atop a molten red pillar pops from the stage floor. The book opens. There is a large aleph inscribed on its pages, which bursts into flames. Immediately, the book slams shut and disappears instantly under the floor as the lights become normal again. Emily notices none of this, writing. Prior is agog.
Hebrew.
She goes, Prior flees.
Help me.
I beg your pardon.
You're a nurse. Give me something. I don't know what to do anymore. Like, last week at work, I screwed up the Xerox machine like permanently, and so and then I tripped on the subway steps, and my glasses broke, and I cut my forehead. Like, here, see, and now I can't see much, and my forehead. It's like the mark of Cain. Stupid, right? But it won't heal. And every morning I see it, and I think biblical things like mark of Cain, Judas, Iscariot, and his silver and his noose, and people who, in betraying what they love, betray what's truest in themselves. I feel nothing but cold for myself, just cold. And every night I miss him. I miss him so much, but then those sores and the smell and where I thought I was going, I could be sick too. Maybe I'm sick too. I don't know. Please. Tell him I love him. Can you do that?
I've thought about it for a very long time. I still don't understand what love is. Justice is simple. Democracy is simple. Those things are unambivalent. But love is very hard. It goes bad for you if you violate the hard law of love. He's dying. You just wish you were. Oh, cheer up, Luis. Look at that heavy sky out there.
Purple.
Purple? Boy, what kind of homosexual are you? Anyway, that's not purple, Mary. That color up there is mauve. All day today, it's felt like Thanksgiving. Soon this nation will be blanketed white. You can smell it. Can you smell it?
Smell what?
Softness, compliance, forgiveness, grace.
No.
I can't help you learn that. I can't help you, Louis. You're not my business.
Louise exits.
Ow! Fuck!
He stands slowly, looks to where Belize has gone.
Smell what? Huh. No.
Scene 3, same day. Harper in a very white, cold place with a brilliant blue sky above, a delicate snowfall. She is dressed in a beautiful snowsuit, the sound of the sea, faint.
Snow! Ice! Mountain of ice! Where am I? I feel better. I do. I feel better. There are ice crystals in my lungs, wonderful and sharp. And the snow smells like cold, crushed peaches. And there's some current of blood in the wind. How strange. It has an iron taste to it.
Ozone.
Ozone! Wow! Where am I?
The kingdom of ice, the bottommost part of the world.
Antarctica. This is Antarctica.
Cold shelter for the shattered. No sorrow here, tears freeze.
Antarctica. Antarctica. Oh boy, oh boy. Look at this. Wow, I really must have snapped the tether, huh?
Apparently.
That's great. I want to stay here forever. Set up camp, build things, build a city, an enormous city made up of frontier forts, dark wood and green roofs and high gates, made of pointed logs and bonfires burning on every street corner. I should build by a river. Where are the forests?
No timber here. Too cold. Ice, no trees.
Oh, details. I'm sick of details. I'll plant them and I'll grow them. I'll live off caribou fat. I'll melt it over the bonfires and drink it from a long curved goat horn cup. It'll be great. I want to make a new world here so I never have to go back home again.
As long as it lasts. Ice has a way of melting.
No, forever. I can have anything I want here. Maybe even companionship. Someone who has desire for me. You, maybe.
It's against the bylaws of the International Order of Travel Agents to get involved with clients. Rules are rules. Anyway, I'm not the one you really want.
Is there anyone, maybe an Eskimo, who could ice fish for food and help me build a nest when the baby comes?
There are no Eskimo in Antarctica. And you're not really pregnant. You made that up.
Well, all of this is made up. So if the snow feels cold, I'm pregnant, right? Here, I can be pregnant. And I can have any kind of baby I want.
This is a retreat, a vacuum. Its virtue is that it lacks everything. Deep freeze for feelings. You can be numb and safe here. That's what you came for. Respect the delicate ecology of your delusions.
You mean like no Eskimos in Antarctica?
Correcto. Ice and snow, no Eskimo. Even hallucinations have laws.
Well, then who's that?
The Eskimo appears.
An Eskimo.
An Antarctic Eskimo. A fisher of the polar deep.
There's something wrong with this picture.
I'm gonna like this place. It's my own National Geographic special. Oh, I think I felt her kicking. Maybe I'll give birth to a baby covered with thick white fur, and that way she won't be cold. My breasts will be full of hot cocoa so she doesn't get chilly, and if it gets really cold, she'll have a pouch I can crawl into, like a marsupial. We'll mend together. That's what we'll do. We'll mend.
Scene 4, same day. An abandoned lot in the South Bronx. A homeless woman is standing near an oil drum in which a fire is burning. Snowfall. Trash around. Hannah enters dragging 2 heavy suitcases.
Excuse me. I said, excuse me. Can you tell me where I am? Is this Brooklyn? Do you know Pineapple Street? Is there some sort of bus or train or I'm lost. I just arrived from Salt Lake City, Utah. I took a bus that I was told to take and I got off. Well, I got off at the very last stop, so I had to get off. And I asked the driver, was this Brooklyn? And he nodded yes, but he was from one of those foreign countries where they think it's good manners to nod at everything, even if you have no idea what it is you're nodding at. And in truth, I think he spoke no English at all, which I would think would make him ineligible for employment on public transportation, the public being English speaking mostly. Do you speak English? I was supposed to be met at the airport by my son. He didn't show and I don't wait more than 3.5, 3/4 hours for anyone. I should probably should have been patient, I guess. Is this
Bronx?
Is that the Bronx? Well, how in the name of heaven did I get to the Bronx when the bus driver said I...
Slurp, slurp, slurp. Will you stop that disgusting slurping? You disgusting slurping feeding animal! Feeding yourself, just feeding yourself. What would it matter to you or to anyone if you just stopped feeding and died?
Can you just tell me where
Why was the Kosciuszko Bridge named after a Polak?
I don't know what you're...
That was a joke.
Well, what's the punchline?
I don't know.
Oh, for Pete's sake, is there anyone else who...
Stand further off, you fat, loathsome whore. You can't have any more of this soup. Slurp, 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 you animal. And I know you'll just go pee it all away. And where will you do that? Behind what bush? It's fucking cold out here. And oh, that's right. Because it was supposed to have been a tunnel. That's not very funny. Have you read the prophecies of Nostradamus? Who? Some guy went out with one somewhere. Nostradamus. Prophet. Outcast. Eyes like scary shit.
Shut up. Please. Please. Now I want you to stop jabbering for a minute and pull your wits together and tell me how to get to Brooklyn. Because you know, and you are going to tell me. Because there is no one else around to tell me, and I am wet and cold and very angry. So I am going, so I am sorry you are psychotic, but just make the effort. Take a deep breath. Do it. It's good. Now exhale. Good. Now, how do I get to Brooklyn?
Don't know. Never been. Sorry. Want some soup?
Manhattan? Maybe you know, I don't suppose you know the location of Mormon's visitors, but
65th and Broadway.
How do you know?
Go to there all the time. Free movies. Boring, but you could stay all day.
Well, so how do I...
Take the D train, next block, make a right.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. In the new century, I think we will all be insane.
Scene 5, same day. Joe and Roy in the study of Roy's brownstone. Roy is wearing an elegant bathrobe. He has made a considerable effort to look well. He isn't well, and he hasn't succeeded much in looking it.
I can't. The answer's no. I'm sorry.
Oh, well. Apologies. I can't see that there's anyone asking for apologies.
I'm sorry, Roy.
Oh, well. Apologies.
My wife is missing, Roy. My mother's coming from Salt Lake to help look, I guess. I'm supposed to be at the airport now picking her up, but I just spent the last 2 days in a hospital, Roy, with a bleeding ulcer. I was spitting up blood.
Blood, huh? Look, I'm very busy here, and
It's just a job.
A job? A job? Washington, dumb Utah Mormon hick shit.
Roy.
Washington. When Washington called me, I was younger than you. You think I said, oh, fuck no, I can't go. I got 2 fingers up my asshole and a little moral nosebleed to boot. When Washington calls you, my pretty young punk friend, you go, or you can go fuck yourself sideways, because the train has pulled out of the station and you are out nowhere, out in the cold. Fuck you, Mary Jane. Get out of here.
Just let me explain.
Explain? Ephemera. You broke my heart. Explain that. Explain that.
I love you, Roy. There's so much that I want to be. What you see in me, I want to be a participant in this world, in your world, Roy. No, I want to be capable of that. I've tried. Really, I have, but I can't do this. I mean, not because I don't believe in you, but because I believe in you so much, in what you stand for, at heart, the order, the decency. I mean, I would give anything to protect you. But there are laws I can't break. It's too ingrained. It's not me. There's enough damage I've already done. Maybe you were right. Maybe I am dead.
You're not dead, boy. You're a sissy. You love me. That's moving. I'm moved. It's nice to be loved. I warned you about her, didn't I? But you don't listen to me. Why? Because you say Roy is smart and Roy's a friend, but Roy, well, he is nice. And you want to be nice, right? A nice man. You know what my greatest accomplishment was, Joe? In my life, what I am able to look back on and be proudest of? And I have helped make presidents, unmake them, and mayors and more goddamn judges than anyone in New York City ever. And several $1 million tax-free. And what do you think that means the most to me? You ever heard of Ethel Rosenberg? Huh? Joe, huh?
Well, yeah, I guess yes.
Yes, you have heard of Ethel Rosenberg, yes. Maybe you even read about her in the history books. If it wasn't for me, Joe, Ethel Rosenberg would be alive today, writing some personal advice column for Mrs. Magazine. She isn't. Because during the trial, Joe, I was on the phone every day talking to the judge.
Roy.
Every day, doing what I do best, talking on the telephone, making sure that timid Yid Nebush on the bench did his duty to America, to history. That sweet, unprepossessing woman, 2 kids, boo, remind us all of our little Jewish mamas. She came this close to getting life. I pleaded till I wept to put her in the chair. Me. I did that. I would have fucking pulled the switch if they'd have let me. Why? Because I fucking hate traitors. Because I fucking hate communists. Was it legal? Fuck legal. Am I a nice man? Fuck nice. They say terrible things about me in the nation. Fuck the nation. You want to be nice or you want to be effective. Make the law or subject to it. Choose. Your wife chose. A week from today, she'll be back. She knows how to get what she wants. Maybe I ought to send her to Washington.
I don't believe you.
Gospel.
No, you can't possibly mean what you're saying. Roy, you were the assistant United States attorney on the Rosenberg case. Ex parte communication with the judge during the trial would be censurable, at least, probably conspiracy. Well, and in a case that resulted in execution, it's...
What? Murder?
No, you're not well is all.
What do you mean not well? Who's not well?
You said...
No, I didn't. I said what?
Roy, you have cancer.
No, I don't.
You told me you were dying.
The fuck are you talking about, Joe? I never said that. I'm in perfect health. There's not a goddamn thing wrong with me. Shake?
Joe holds out his hand to Roy after hesitating. Roy pulls Joe into a close, strong clinch.
It's okay that you hurt me because I love you, Big Joe. That's why I'm so rough on you.
Roy releases Joe. Joe backs away a step or two.
Prodigal son, the world will wipe its dirty hands all over you.
It already has, Roy.
Now go.
Roy shoves Joe hard. Joe turns to leave. Roy stops him, turns him around.
I'll always be here, waiting for you.
Then again, with sudden violence, Roy pulls Joe close, violently.
What did you want from me? What was all this? What do you want, treacherous, ungrateful little...
Joe, very close to belting Roy, grabs him by the front of his robe and propels him across the length of the room. He holds Roy at arm's length, the other arm ready to hit.
Transgress a little, Joseph.
Joe releases Roy.
There's so many laws. Find one you can break.
Joe hesitates, then leaves, backing out. When Joe has gone, Roy doubles over in great pain, which he's been hiding throughout the scene with Joe.
Oh, Christ. Andy! Andy, get in here, Andy!
The door opens, but it isn't Andy. A small Jewish woman dressed modestly in a 50s hat and coat stands in the doorway. The room darkens.
Who the fuck are you, the new nurse?
The figure in the doorway says nothing. She stares at Roy. Roy looks at her carefully, gets up, crosses to her. He crosses back to the chair, sits heavily.
Oh, fuck. Ethel.
You don't look good, Roy.
Well, Ethel, I don't feel good.
But you lost a lot of weight. That suits you. You were very heavy back then. Zaftig mit hips.
I haven't been that heavy since 1960. We were all heavier back then, before the body thing started. Now I look like a skeleton. They stare.
The shit really hit the fan, huh, Roy? Well, the fun's just started.
What is this, Ethel? Halloween? You trying to scare me? Well, you're wasting your time. I'm scarier than you any day of the week. So beat it, Ethel. Boo! Better dead than red. Somebody trying to shake me up. From the throne of God in heaven to the body of hell, you can all fuck yourselves and then go jump in the lake because I'm not afraid of you or death or hell or anything.
Be seeing you soon, Roy. Julius sends his regards.
Yeah, well, send this to Julius.
Flips the bird in her direction, stands and moves towards her. Halfway across the room, he slumps to the floor, breathing laboriously in pain.
You're a very sick man, Roy.
Oh, God. Andy!
He doesn't hear you, I guess. We should call the ambulance.
She goes to the phone.
Ha! Buttons! Such things they've got now. What do I dial, Roy?
911.
It sings! La, la, la. Ah, yes. You should please send an ambulance to the home of Mr. Roy Cohn, the famous lawyer. What's the address, Roy?
244 East 87th.
244 East 87th Street. No apartment number. He's got the whole building. My name. Ethel Greenglass Rosenberg. Me. No, I'm not related to Mr. Cohn. An old friend. They said a minute.
I have all the time in the world.
You're immortal.
I'm immortal. Ethel, I have forced my way into history. I ain't never gonna die.
History is about to crack wide open. Millennium approaches.
Scene 6, late that night. Pryor's bedroom. Pryor 1 watching Pryor in bed, who is staring back at him, terrified. Tonight, Prior One is dressed in weird alchemical robes and hat over his historical clothing, and he carries a long palm leaf bundle.
Tonight's the night. Aren't you excited? Tonight she arrives right through the roof. Ha Adam, ha Gadol.
Prior Two appears, similarly attired.
Lumen, phosphor, fluor, candle, an unending billowing of scarlet and...
Look, garlic, a mirror, holy water, a crucifix, just fuck off. Get out of my room. Go!
Hard as a hickory knob, I'll bet.
We all too mess when they approach. We wax full like moons.
Dance.
Dance?
Well, stand up, damn it. Give us your hands and dance.
Listen.
A lone oboe begins to play a little dance tune.
Delightful sound. Care to dance?
Please, just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Let me sleep.
Ah, he wants someone familiar, a partner who knows his steps. Close your eyes. Imagine...
I don't want to.
Hush! Close your eyes. Now, open them.
Lewis appears. He looks gorgeous. The music builds gradually into a full-blooded romantic dance tune.
Lou?
Dance with me.
I can't. My leg, it hurts at night. Are you a ghost, Lou?
No, just spectral. Lost to myself. Sitting all day on cold park benches. Wishing I could be with you. Dance with me, babe.
Prior stands up. The leg stops hurting. They begin to dance. The music is beautiful.
Oh, now I see why he's got no children. He's a sodomite.
Oh, be quiet, you medieval gnome, and let them dance.
I'm not interfering. I've done my bit. Hooray, hooray, the messenger's come. Now I'm blowing off. I don't like it here.
Prior One vanishes.
The 20th century. Oh dear, the world has gotten so terribly, terribly old.
Prior Two vanishes. Lewis and Prior waltz happily. Lights fade back to normal. Lewis vanishes. Prior dances alone. Then suddenly the sound of wings fills the room. Scene 7. Split scene. Prior alone in his apartment. Lewis alone in the park. Again, a sound of beating wings.
Oh, no, don't come in here. Don't come in, Lewis! No, my name is Prior Walter. I am the scion of an ancient line. I am abandoned. No, my name is Prior, and I live here and now, and in the dark, the recording angel opens its 100 eyes and snaps the spine of the book of life and hush. Talking nonsense. Oh, no more mad scene. Hush.
Lewis in the park on a bench. Joe approaches, stands at a distance. They stare at each other. Then Lewis turns away.
You know the story of Lazarus?
Lazarus?
Lazarus. I can't remember what happens exactly.
I don't, he was dead, Lazarus, and Jesus breathed life into him. Well, he brought him back from death.
Come here often?
No. Yes. Yes.
Back from the dead. You believe that really happened?
I don't know anymore what I believe.
This is a coincidence. Us meeting.
I followed you. From work. Yeah, I followed you here.
You followed me. You probably saw me that day in the washroom and thought, there's a sweet guy. Sensitive. Cries for friends in trouble.
Yes.
You thought maybe I'll cry for you too.
Yes.
Well, I fooled you. Crocodile tears. Nothing.
Joe reaches tentatively to touch Lewis's face.
What are you doing? Don't do that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm just not. I think if you touch me, your hand might fall off or something. Worse things have happened to people who have touched me.
Please? Oh boy. Can I? I want to touch you. Can I please just touch you? Here?
Puts his hand on one side of Lewis's face. He holds it there.
Oh, I'm going to hell for doing this.
Big deal. You think it could be any worse than New York City?
Lewis puts his hand on Joe's hand. He takes Joe's hand away from his face, holds it for a moment.
Come on.
Where?
Home. With me.
Well, this makes no sense. I mean, I don't know you.
Likewise.
And what you do know about me, you don't like.
The Republican stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, that for starters.
I don't not like that. I hate that.
So, why on earth should we...
Lewis goes to Joe and kisses him.
Strange bedfellows. I don't know. I never made it with one of the damned before. I would really rather not have to spend tonight alone.
I'm a pretty terrible person, Lewis.
Lou.
No, I really, really am. I don't think I deserve being loved.
There. See? We already have a lot in common.
Lewis begins to walk away. He turns, looks back at Joe. Joe follows. They exit. Pryor listens. At first, no sound, then once again, the sound of beating wings, frighteningly near.
That sound. That sounded. What is that? Like birds or something. Like a really big bird. I'm frightened. No fear. Find the anger. Find the anger. My blood is clean. My brain is fine. I can handle pressure. I am a gay man, and I am used to pressure, to trouble. I am tough and strong. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm hot. Oh, Jesus, what is going on here? I must have a fever.
The bedside lamp flickers vividly and wildly as the bed begins to roll forward and back. There is a deep bass creaking and groaning from the bedroom ceiling, like the timbers of a ship under immense stress, and from above, a fine rain of plaster dust.
Oh, oh, please. Oh, please. Something's coming here. I'm scared. I don't like this at all. Something's approaching and
There is a great blaze of triumphal music heralding. The light turns an extraordinary harsh, cold, pale blue, then a rich, brilliant, warm, golden color, then a hot, bilious green, and then finally a spectacular royal purple, then silence.
God almighty. Very Steven Spielberg.
A sound like a plummeting meteor tears down from very, very far above the earth, hurtling at an incredible velocity towards the bedroom. The light seems to be sucked out of the room as the projectile approaches. As the room reaches darkness, we hear a terrifying crash as something immense strikes earth. The whole building shudders, and a part of the bedroom ceiling, lots of plaster and lath and wiring, crashes to the floor. And then, in a shower of unearthly white light spreading great opalescent gray silver wings, the angel descends into the room and floats above the bed.
Greetings, prophet. The great work begins. The messenger has arrived.
Blackout. End of part 1. Wow! Oh my gosh. Wow. We will take 5 now and come back for discussion at 5:35. Anyone who needs to go, totally cool. Thank you all so much. See you soon.
Thank you. See you soon. Awesome job, everyone.
Good. Still happening? Yeah, we're doing a discussion. We're taking a 5-minute break. Well, yeah. Oh yeah, very good.
Hey, welcome back to welcome back to the Zoom.
There we go. Yeah. Oh my God. That was quite the reading. That was quite the reading.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Fantastic.
Amazing.
Yep. Wow.
This play just never ceases to be at all irrelevant. I think you could perform this like 300 years from now.
Yeah.
And it would still just hit home out of the park.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, fantastic show.
Hi everybody. Hello. Is everyone back? Yes.
I think so. Yeah, we're just a few people had to take off. I think. Yeah. So I think we've got everybody back.
So wow. Thank you all. First and foremost, what a beautiful thing to hear these words. Does anyone have any initial thoughts, reactions, things they want to bring up right off the bat?
It was just so much fun. Just right out of the gate. Like it was such a fun reading. Like honored to read with all of you. Like yeah, it was just that's the first thing. Just I had such a great time today. Thank you.
Well, what I love about this play is that we go everywhere. That's an epic cat, Henry. Amazing. Like we go everywhere and we touch on such deep emotional, tragic, traumatic themes, but there's still that unbearable lightness of being throughout the whole play. We still laugh and we still self-mock and it's hilarious, which is what I really, really love. Okay, let's start off with a hard hitter. There are no gods here, no ghosts and spirits in America. There are no angels in America. Does the play support this or deny it?
Deny it.
Anyone have any thoughts? Let's go.
I mean, just by merit of having Mormonism be such a present factor in it, Mormonism is the only American religion. Like it's founded on this premise of prophets from American population after the founding of the country, and the idea that new religious revelations happened post the forming of the country. So it's they really hit home specifically by spending so much time with Mormonism in it.
Well, and it's so interesting to have the kind of dichotomy of Mormonism and Judaism, which is such an old kind of anciently rooted religion, and then Mormonism, which, as you said, is just completely American and totally new.
Yeah, and what I find interesting, yeah, that they really highlight, Mormonism as like, the American religion. But I think all we see in this play of Mormonism is just people, all the Mormons are losing their touch with it. Like I think none of them are, or at least we're not showing anyone who's really connected to the religion still, which is interesting.
I think also the aspect of like Pryor's ancestry and the fact that like his ancestors come back like as these sort of spiritual guides, as it were. Yeah, I mean, I also feel like that element supports this sort of, or sort of denies the notion that there are no gods, no angels in America. yeah, they're Prior's spiritual sort of like guides, whether he like wants them to be there or not. Like he's rejecting these spirits. Yeah, is afraid of like what they signify in his life, what they bring. But yeah.
And I just love the idea of a gay man in 1985 New York with AIDS being a prophet and being such an important religious figure. We kind of religious people uphold these prophets as what they kind of see them to be, and would never, for a far right Mormon, a prophet would never be what a prophet is in this play. I love it. Roy Cohn, who's a real guy, defended Donald Trump, was his lawyer for a while, huge in the McCarthy era, McCarthy trials, and Ethel Rosenberg. Georgia, how did you find playing that and speaking his lines, especially now?
I mean, it's a tough one. I don't know. Man, when I was reading over it before this, all I could picture was Donald Trump. You know, like the language that he uses is very, very reminiscent of that, and it explains a lot of the way that Trump is because he was really his protege. I mean, it's so interesting the lengths to which he'll go to maintain like denial. Like I love this scene with the doctor. It's so interesting how he can be totally aware of what his situation is, but he's convincing himself and he's convincing everyone else while acknowledging the truth. But like it's the whole like fake news, like
Totally.
you know, what alternative facts thing. It's like he's like, yeah, I fuck men, but I'm not a homosexual, and like you define what the truth is for yourself. If you have enough power and you confidently say it, people have to believe you. Yeah.
Well, and I think that relationship with truth and with reality, with labels and with justice opens up to, dare I say, every other single character in the play and their relationships with reality and truth and defining themselves in terms of labels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then I mean, all the Ethel Rosenberg stuff is really interesting as well.
Oh yeah.
Like he says it's like his proudest like accomplishment, and yet he's haunted by it. And I don't know, and I think that's just an interesting thing. I mean, you think about all these sort of horrible political figures right now who do all these horrible acts and like how they justify it to themselves, and like the idea of like hating traitors, like being a traitor is so important, and like what does that really mean? Why is that the worst thing you can be? I don't know. Yeah.
Well, and betrayal too runs rampant, I think, especially for Lewis and
yeah,
and all of his guilt kind of surrounding everything. The idea of speaking is so interesting in this because like it's 1985. Reagan didn't really say anything about AIDS until 1987. Meanwhile, thousands and thousands of people were dying. But like kind of there's an undercurrent of to speak is kind of to live. Like both Roy and Lewis, who I think speak the most in the play, have these wild kind of mazes of text that take them everywhere. And to be silent, to be hesitant, to be indecisive is almost a certain death. And I think that's pretty true in 1980s New York, and pretty true kind of as an American idea all the time. People who speak the most have a hell of a weird relationship with truth.
Well, I wonder I find the relationship between Joe and Roy really interesting, because Roy has this sort of, he wants to be his mentor and this father figure, but Joe is really like not the way that what you were just saying. You know, he's very unsure of himself. He doesn't speak confidently, and you know, there's constant doubt, whereas Roy is basically just like, if I say it, it's true. I can define who I am to the public by just sheer will. So I'm just like, I'm intrigued by that relationship because they don't seem like the kind of people who would normally be drawn together, and yet they are. And I wonder, like, if the reason that Roy recognizes something in Joe is because of the homosexuality aspect, or if it's something else. If he, yeah, I don't know. That just kind of intrigues me.
Yeah, I mean, Joe definitely. I think he kind of latches onto Roy because Roy's like, in Joe's dream world, he would be Roy, I think, but Joe's like not. He can't do that. He's not like strong enough to do that, or that's also not him. So I think, like you were talking about speaking being so powerful, Joe, I mean, throughout the whole show, he said stuff like, can we not talk politics? Like, I'm going to bed, I'm tired, I don't want to talk about this. Like, asks Lewis, like, how do you just speak whenever you want to? Because yeah, Joe's just spent his whole life being like, if I don't talk about it, it's not real. All that is real is God and order and goodness. And that's amazing. So I think that's why he's latched on to Roy, because Roy in his mind is like the right wing, all that is good, kind of messiah type thing. I don't know. It's complicated.
Yeah.
It's funny that Joe's character sort of like shuns speaking because he's afraid that like to speak is to like feel something, right? And Lewis's character is like the opposite. He hides entirely behind language. Like he has that whole massive scene with Belize where he's just like going off and going off and going off. And the more he speaks, I feel like the less articulate he becomes, the more he's actually sticking his own foot in his mouth. I can't remember exactly which speech it is, but it's just the writing of it is just so fantastic in the way that he like starts out very philosophical and very sort of like giving these grand justifications for his behavior, and then all of a sudden it just boils down to these very simplistic like sort of just the more he speaks, the worse it gets for himself, even though he's trying to hide behind his language, right?
Yeah, I mean, I find Lewis very interesting because, I mean, it's easy to notice, all the really long sections where he just goes off and he's being Trump. He's just like saying words and not really saying anything. But he also swings like a pendulum to the other side.
Mm-hmm.
But there's other times where he's holding back any speech whatsoever. Like he doesn't want to talk about the AIDS thing at all with Pryor. So it's like he's very, very split between. It's like with Pryor, with Joe thinks that he speaks whatever he wants and he says anything, but then on the opposite side with Pryor, he holds back so much, and there's so many things that he wants to avoid talking about.
Like he doesn't know how to be real, like with the very person that he needs to connect with and he needs to speak to, he is completely unable to like make that connection.
Mm-hmm.
But he can say all of what he wants to say to Belize, like no problem, even
well,
though
and like Belize says that too, like the hardest thing to do is to love. Like politics are easy, like everything like this, we can talk our ears off about it, but love is the hardest thing, and it really hits home.
I also think with Lewis, it's like he uses all these words to justify his own behavior. I mean, to Belize in that scene, but also just like he's working himself up, and he's saying it to someone else, but he's also trying to convince himself. But then in terms of like, not wanting to talk about things with Pryor, it's kind of like, well, if I don't ask, you can't blame me for something that that isn't acknowledged, like that we haven't, like if I don't know, I don't have to feel guilty about it. And then you'll use all these words to justify why you should, like it's a really interesting sort of use of like when we use words to justify versus when we like avoid them, so that like when you can claim ignorance even though you fully know, but because you didn't ask and no one explicitly said it, you're like, I mean, it's not my problem.
The privilege aspect was a huge thing for me reading it. because Belize speaks so little. I think that the people who are allowed and their privilege affords them to speak so much do, and they do have that opportunity to figure out what they want to say as they're speaking. But for so many people, it's not the case.
And I muted myself again. And even like within the queer community, especially, it's like it highlights something that kind of like BIPOC voices, and in this case, Belize being Black, his voice is kind of drowned out under all those kind of massive fancy words that Belize can't relate to, because of like it's just a country that's built not for, like a system that's not built for Belize. So it's just interesting how he consistently tries to like drown out a voice that actually becomes a voice of wisdom and reason, which is very prevalent in the queer community as well. Like it's an issue that always comes up when it comes to racial minorities within the queer community. So it was a nice, kind of shout out to that. Not shout out, that's weird. You know what I mean? Like a weird diss. It's stick it to it. That's what I meant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Take it to the man.
Yeah, it's very telling that Belize, all Belize speaks is truth, but he doesn't speak very often, which is very interesting.
The wisest, I suppose. Yeah.
I feel like the character of Belize like resonates even more now. I mean, I personally have never seen this play performed or like the movie or series. And I just read it, and I didn't remember that scene between Belize and Lewis. And I was like completely there with you and listening, and just hearing again Lewis trying to justify like basically bigotry and like saying all this nonsense, but then when he gets called out on it, he's like, what? No, me, I'm not racist. It just feels like these are the conversations that are happening today. Yeah, and it's just perfect, and it just shows how this has always been there. It's always been like this, but it was so much easier to be like, well, that's not me. What you're describing, that's not me, but you're basically saying it yourself. He's just there to point it out.
Yeah.
Tony, I feel like Tony Kushner's done such a great job of just like nailing that conversation, right? Like the moment that he feels sort of like under pressure and like that sort of fragility comes out, he goes like, you're an anti-Semite, like you're the bad one, not me. I'm not racist. You're an anti-Semite. Yeah. And then, yeah, it's like, yeah, just reading. Yeah. Like you said, reading it again and hearing it again, now resonates even more. That scene resonates so much more now.
Mm-hmm.
I think also there's this understanding of, especially with white queer people, in that scene of like identity politics, and him absolutely invalidating his queerness when he's like, well, I'm a Black drag queen. And he says, you're an ex-Black drag queen. Like that line specifically stuck out to me so deeply when I was like, who the fuck are you to have a conversation about this, how this person identifies? And then to talk about drag and like derive it to something as like sexist and eliminate all of the other beautiful things that it does in regards to gender performance, and then not talk about the fact that all gender is performance. Like all of the things that we know and understand as male versus female are fake. Like you can't leave things out of the conversation as white queer people. Like it just doesn't help. So he does a really great job of sort of like focusing in and showing how Lewis has blinders on to the queer community, even though he's deeply ingrained in a part of it.
Just to kind of like piggyback off of that, it's also wonderful to show, because you can very easily sort of like set up a straw man, right? Like you can set up a Trump character, and like it's very obvious that the Trump character is like racist and bigoted, and we can write them off as being like idiot for holding those views. But somebody like Lewis, who is like in the political system, who's like extremely well educated, has like all of these very subtle and like nuanced views on many things, and then all of a sudden is like
having this very these problematic views on gender politics and racism is like really very telling. Yeah.
I think that speaks to Roy as well, because he is literally the embodiment of evil, but he's a white queer man. Like, so we have the two opposite sides. We have the literal Messiah prior, and then we have literally Satan. And you sort of like work yourself between these people. And then you have Joe, who's like a sort of prophet, or like trying to be an angel, trying really hard to like hold on to that goodness. And I think that is so fascinating to me. Roy Cohn as a human man is fascinating to me. I think someone said something about, we were talking about how he hates being a traitor. Like the Rosenbergs were traitors to him, which is why he can justify and validate all the things he does, which I think is also so interesting, because he's a traitor of the truth. Like he commits that every time he speaks about the law. That's why he's really truly being taken out of the bar, because he's committed espionage against the law.
I think also it's interesting, I don't know if this means anything, but the whole focus on like being a traitor, and the fact that Roy Cohn was Jewish, and so were the Rosenbergs, and it's like, okay, who's a traitor? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, you're like, who's being betrayed by them, and then who are you betraying in return? Like, where do your loyalties lie, kind of?
I think it's a matter of the assimilation factor. Roy sees himself as not a traitor because he is assimilating to the American dream and leaning hard into what that image of success means. And so he's not a traitor because he's going to be that image. Even if he is homosexual, that's not part of his idea of that. And the real way to betray the nation was to not live into that ideal of what success and power meant.
Yeah, and like, if you think about it, it's like all the effort, the fact that he fought so hard for Ethel Rosenberg to get the death penalty instead of just life. It's like, it's personal for him, and it's that thing of where it's like, he is Jewish, they are Jewish, he recognizes that identity, but then he sees that, like, yeah, they're not like you said, assimilating, but then also how he like, they don't talk about it as much in the play, but like, he really aggressively went after homosexuals. There was the Red Scare, but there was also the Lavender Scare, and it was like, he was like heading up these things while he was also like picking up male prostitutes, but he would blackmail prominent gay men. So it was like, it's like kind of a self-hatred thing, but also it's like looking at other people who reflect something in you that you're trying to sort of push down and to assimilate with the heterosexual community, with the I guess more Christian community of most of like conservative politicians. It's really weird, not weird, but interesting, how the things that he seems the most adamant about are the things that he sees in himself.
Mm-hmm. I just had the thought that gay people on The Handmaid's Tale are called gender traitors, and that just came into my brain. Anyway, the last thing I want to bring up is the idea of the impending millennium and what that represents. It seems that we create these things for ourselves, like millennium, 2012, like kind of impending spiritual things that are happening. I mean, the coming of Christ again for Christian people is a huge one. What role does this play in? What role does this play in this play, and like how is that idea of the coming millennium upheld, and what does it represent for these characters?
I'm probably the only one here old enough to have, one of the reasons I haven't said much is because this play always knocks me flat. I lived through this, right? I lived through the AIDS crisis and lost many close friends. So it's very difficult material to watch. But I had forgotten about the coming millennium. And we weren't really talking about it in 1985 yet. So it's interesting that it's in this play. We didn't really start talking about it for another 5 years or so. Once we got to 1990, it was like, whoa, this huge thing was coming. And with it came this idea that everything could change because it's so massive. The idea of flipping over into another century is so profound that maybe everything can change. So I think that that's embedded in this. But anyway, that's from the point of view of having been on that other side.
And maybe this is like being on the other side, I don't know, but like it's also fascinating that it's completely arbitrary, right? Like we as human beings are like meaning making machines, right? Like we invent these things like keeping of time. The new millennium, there's no difference of being like on one side of it to the other, but yet it like it seems.
Do you remember the passing? Do you remember that
do.
moment? How old were you
What I
then?
remember about it was like I was very young. I was like 11 years old when it happened, and like what I remember was the fear of like all the computers are gonna break. We're not gonna be able to run anymore, and banks are like everybody's money is gonna disappear, and we're gonna need our bunkers and get your water and like go into your basements. Yeah, like that's what I remember from Y2K.
Yeah, exactly. And then nothing happened.
Yeah, nothing happened.
It's like New Year's resolutions on a large scale.
Oh,
yeah. We
Yeah.
do that every year. We have this hope that we're going to get it right this time. We're going to stop doing that and we're going to start doing that thing. And so the change of the millennium was that exponentially increased of this idea that we're going to fix it. We're going to get it right now. There's hope. And so we keep endowing importance on.
But we're also looking for the hope from an exterior place. I think that's the thing. It's not we are going to change. Something is going to happen that will allow the change to happen and we won't have to take responsibility. I think that's the subliminal thing, right? It's a force greater than us.
Well, and that takes all pressure off of everybody in examining their own worlds and fixing their own problems.
Something I also just thought of, like, it's not so much tied in with necessarily the millennium, as obviously at least, but the whole thing with Prior and his ancestors, who all, I believe, died from a plague. And then they're talking about, like the coming of the prophet and like the messenger and stuff. And I feel like there's a relationship with the new beginning and like a plague that wipes away. And then you think about like Roy got AIDS, but he's like, no, I'm going to live forever. I've transcended that. I'm not one of those people who's going to be taken with the plague because I've cemented myself in history. And so Prior is it's like he's the prophet of this time of change, as dark as that may be. And then, speaking to his ancestors, and it's weird because it kind of again resonates now, like even the way that people sometimes talk about COVID as like this, like maybe we needed this to start over, and then like, yeah, ignore all the death, let's like it's symbolic, but like but like it's framing like, I mean, in a way, like the AIDS epidemic as like a momentous thing where like everything changes because there's like a sort of wiping out of, I don't know, tons of people. I don't know if that makes any sense, but
we called the AIDS crisis the plague, right? I mean, that's what we just called it. We called it the plague. So in those years, that was the label that we gave it, the plague.
Mm-hmm. I definitely find it interesting, specifically with Joe. It's almost like the AIDS crisis isn't on his radar. Like it's not even part of his story. He's so purely focused on God being judged by this higher power, which like speaking into like the millennium approaching, it's like something's coming to judge him. And like if he can keep up the facade just for like 5 more years, once he gets judged, then it'll all be okay. Because, oh God, where am I even going with this? Yeah, it's like watching it all read like this. I was shocked by how like little Joe's even like aware of like race issues or AIDS. His journey is so different than everyone else's. He's like, I'm working this through on the fly here.
Go for it.
I have one little comment. I don't know if this
Yeah.
maybe relates to what you're saying, but it's like if he ignores it enough and denies it enough, maybe he won't get like raptured, you know?
Oh, well,
Like
I
that
mean,
kind of thing?
yes, the fact that Joe is so skilled in the art of denial that like Roy can tell him the awful things he's done. And there's always that first moment where Joe's like, that's bad. And then it's like, shut that off. No, you must have had a good reason to do that. And we have to move on. Yeah, he doesn't want to get raptured.
There's
I
also
guess he does.
the cultural bubble that he's in to a degree, possibly, being that he's on that conservative end of the spectrum, and the Reagan administration did not acknowledge AIDS at all for
Yeah.
a good portion of the time. Like they just plain pretended it wasn't happening. Don't look over there. And so being in a political bubble potentially can.
Well, and that good old Mormon bit too. Like he is super sheltered.
Yeah, I know. I'd love to see a scene with Joe and Belize. What happens there? That
Yeah.
would melt his brain.
Yeah, what I love about Joe is that there's this whole new world brimming for him underneath this thin surface of denial that he's built. And it's super interesting to see his journey in part 2 as well. But just there are those little moments like when he touches Lewis's face, just the electricity of that for him, and the idea that something that you've been denying your whole life but has been there your whole life is accessed completely in that moment. Just
yeah, and the guilt of how much that is going to damage Harper, who like, yeah, it wasn't like a sexual thing, but like he obviously loves her so much, and yeah, come to terms with this part of himself is going to like destroy Harper. At least he thinks it will.
It's oh my god, it's so emotional too. Pryor and Lewis just murder me every single time. Like I'm gonna start crying thinking about it. Like I don't know, Henry and Stefan, if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, the dancing scene, yeah, it crushes me for sure.
I was just sorry. I was just so surprised actually how intimate it felt even over Zoom. Like I could feel it when we were in the bed, when we were both in our beds, and when we danced. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it was really cool. Having the two like Zoom windows with like the two beds in them was like, yeah, it was really cool. Yeah,
I have some theories about all that. I'm going to write about it more extensively and post it on our thing. But a lot of things came to me through this reading about how you guys are transcending Zoom. Like it's starting to happen, and I think I'm starting to figure out why. So I'm going to write about it. But it was really fabulous. Yeah.
Yeah, but it did feel very intimate, and there, yeah, it's a really Pryor's journey is extremely emotional, and what was interesting is like I saw the Soul Pepper version of the show, and I've read this show a few times, but I haven't come back to it in a long time, and yeah, just like I think I grew closer to Pryor as we went on in the reading, like. I don't know, something happened somewhere around like Act 2. Things like shifted, and like I started getting a better understanding of the character, and which was really interesting. I'm gonna have to look back over the show and like reread those scenes and like see what like really stood out to me. But yeah, it's a really emotional journey for sure, that character.
Just before we go, I want to talk about Harper. Let's go. Aaliyah, what was it like?
I'm awfully quiet because I'm majorly processing. This is my first experience with the play, except for I saw a couple people do a monologue and a scene in our first year. So this is my first real exposure with it. So my private reading was very different from this reading. And yeah, I'm kind of like, okay, got a lot to think about. I think it's Harper's journey is a bit of a, I think it's a very broken one. And I didn't realize that until we really got into the reading, where it's like, oh my gosh, she's lived in this, reality that she loves her husband and her husband loves her. And obviously there's some doubts around that, that she comes to realize. And I think her gut speaks before she wants to choose to listen to it. But then to actually have the idea planted and to kind of have Joe confess to it, it's like, I've been living a lie my whole life and he's been lying to me, but I love him, but he doesn't love me. So there's this whole fight, I think, with her internally back and forth. And yeah, I'm still majorly processing, but it was, yeah, something amazing to get to read her, I think. Yeah.
Well, and it must have been so cool to experience that kind of firsthand, not knowing what her journey was going to be.
Yeah, exactly. And once you add all the other voices and add people to the voices, it changes the whole meaning of everything that's being said, which I think is quite magical. So,
well, thank you, everybody. If anyone has anything else to say, speak now or forever hold your peace. But yeah, go ahead, Georgie.
I was just gonna say, Aaliyah, just like hearing you say that like this was your first experience with like the play and like the character, I think that actually made it, I don't know, it made me see Harper in a different way, because I think even when I first read it, I kind of knew the concept of her, and it was hard for me to not read her as just like just sort of, crazy or like, depressed, all these, like there was a lot of like judgment that I think I put on the character before I even started reading it. And I think coming from a place of more sort of like, I guess, innocence in terms of like knowing where it's going to go, it was like, you said everything with such like sincerity and belief that I saw her in a different way, and like how she was processing things. She wasn't just this like loopy, detached person. I really saw you like working through the ideas as opposed to like being sort of in the clouds. I understood where that character like lived now.
Well,
So
and the idea that she says all these things, but she doesn't believe that she is unwell or whatever. These things come into her brain. She experiences them firsthand. It was super, super clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's broken. She's not loopy. She's not crazy. She's broken in a way that she doesn't understand herself. And I thought you captured that beautifully. And so she's trying to not be broken. She's trying to find the path that lets her be whole. But there's a secret that she can't find until she does. I thought it was beautiful, beautiful work.
Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate you taking the time to read. This is my dearest play to my heart, so thank you.
Thank you, Allison.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Allison.
Yeah. Wonderful work, everybody. This was such a treat. Thank you.
Awesome. See you later.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.